And could the main parties turn their cameras on, please? Thank you.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. Can you just indicate? You can, that's great. Thank you very much. It's 10 o'clock and the virtual inquiry is now open, and welcome to the inquiry. Could I first ask you all to ensure your microphones are turned off until you're invited to speak? If there are any problems, then please indicate to me or put your hands up, but I think everybody can hear, so that's good. My name is David Richards. I met some of you last week at the site visit. I'm a planner and a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute, and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to prepare a report with recommendations on two applications, one for planning permission, the other for listed building consent, which were called in for determination under Section 77 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 and Section 12 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 by the Secretary of State. The application for planning permission, and the council reference is 19/01304/full, was submitted by U&I Limited and the London Fire Commissioner for what was described as phased mixed-use development, including up to 443 residential units and comprising part redevelopment and restoration, conversion and extension of former Fire Brigade headquarters building, and demolition of the existing extension and reprovision of obelisk to provide a new fire station, sui generis, a new London Fire Brigade Museum, Class D1, residential units, Class C3, a 10-storey hotel, Class C1, with up to 200 bedrooms, and a flexible retail/lobby space, classes A1, A2, A3, A4, C1, and a rooftop restaurant with ancillary bar, Class A3, demolition and redevelopment of the central workshop building to provide buildings of up to 26 stories plus basements, comprising business floor space, use Class B1, a gym, Class D2, retail units, classes A1, A2, A3, A4, and residential units, Class 3, development of land to the rear to provide an 11-storey building plus basement, comprising a flexible commercial unit, classes A1, A2, A3, A4, D1, D2 and B1, and residential units, class C3, all together with associated areas of new public realm, hard and soft landscaping, basement and surface parking, servicing, means of access and plant and equipment. And that's all at 8 Albert Embankment, and land to the rear bounded by Lambeth High Street, Whitgift Street, the Railway Viaduct, South Bank House, together with land at the corner of Black Prince Road and Newport Street, London. So the application for listed building consent, which the council references 19/01305/LB, refers to the western site only, where listed building consent is required for works to the listed buildings. The inquiry follows the decision on the 3rd of December 2019 of Lambeth's Planning Applications Committee to resolve to approve the planning application and listed building application. And the application was identified by the London Borough of Lambeth as a departure from site allocation site 10 of the Lambeth Local Plan 2015. Okay, just a few technical things. I'm joined by Ms. Caroline Malloy, who's acting as case officer today. So she'll be your first, you'll have met her this morning, I'm sure. And she will be the first port of call in the event of any technical difficulties. The platform does seem to be relatively stable. Some of you will have experienced it, so let's hope that there aren't going to be technical difficulties. But if you do, please contact her in the first instance, and she can bring in the battalions from PINS if necessary, the technical people. There may also be some other people from PINS present, technical representatives and including some inspectors, but they're here to observe proceedings or for the purposes of familiarisation. I should clarify that the event is being recorded for internal training and Q&A purposes. You can turn your camera off if you don't want your face to show when you speak. PINS is subject to the general data protection regulations, and therefore the recording will only be retained until the JR period for the eventual decisions by the Secretary of State has expired. I think this was all explained in the joining instructions, so if anything's not clear, then please ask the case officers to explain. It's a relatively new format, although, as I say, some of us are quite experienced. I've done one inquiry and a number of hearings. Some of us are more familiar with the format than others. I am doing it from home, as I'm sure many of you are, and ask for your forbearance should there be any difficulties. At the outset, I'm expecting advocates for the main parties to be visible. I can see them, I think. Although Mr. Ball, I think you're not visible at the moment. Is Mr. Ball here? Well, if you can make your presence felt, Mr. Ball, that'll be helpful.
I'm here. I can see me.
I can see you now.
And oh, right.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you to speak in a minute, but just for the moment, if you can just turn your microphone off, that's great. Once we get on to witnesses, I would ask that they'd be visible too. If anyone wishes to interrupt proceedings, I hope that won't be commonplace, but if you do need information or have something urgent you want to raise, then please use the hand up function. I will not be using the Teams chat function, and I believe it's been disabled in any event. So there are some opening formalities that we need to attend to, and the first I would like to deal with is appearances, and I've had lists of appearances from the main party, but I will ask the relevant counsel and advocates to just introduce their teams, please. So, Mr. Warren, can you go first?
Good morning, sir. You have this written down, but for those who don't, my name is Rupert Warren, Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed on behalf of the applicants by Town Legal, LLP. And I'll just mention my witnesses, shall I?
Yes, please do.
On that sheet. I think in this order, Mr. Fred Pilbrow, partner of Pilbrow & Partners, the scheme architect, will be on today, I hope. Dr. Chris Mealy of Montague Evans, dealing with heritage. Mr. Andy Rowe, who's the London Fire Commissioner, will be my next witness. Mr. Justin Bolton, the Senior Director of Point 2, when we come to have the session on sunlight and daylight. Ms. Claire Dickinson, or a Director of Quad, dealing with affordable housing. And finally, Mr. Neil Goldsmith, Senior Director of Lichfield, so when we come to do the planning session towards the end of the inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. And then if I could ask Mr. Reid on behalf of the London Borough of Lambeth to introduce himself and his witnesses, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by the Director of Legal and Governance at the Council. And we're proposing to call 6 witnesses today, rather this week and next week, I should say. Mr. Douglas Black, who will deal with heritage and design matters. Ms. Emily Kingston on transportation issues. Mr. Ian Dias, who will deal with daylight and sunlight. Christine Carpenter on planning policy. Mr. Anthony Lee, who will deal with viability. And then Mr. Jason Traves, who will deal with planning assessment issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Then Mr. Ball, can you introduce yourself and your witnesses, please?
I'm Michael Ball. I'm an advocate for the Rule 6 parties, all 3 Rule 6 parties that have joined together. And the witnesses that we will be calling are Mr. Paul Velliot, who is Chartered Architect, and he will be on heritage matters. Dr. Paul Littlefair from the BRE, who will be on lighting matters. Dr. Jessica Firm from the Bartlett School of Planning, who will be on industrial land. Mr. Christopher Woodward, who's Director of the Garden Museum, who's covering a range of topics to do with the museum and open space. Mr. David Crawford, Director of Beaconsfield, who will be again on a range of issues to do with Beaconsfield, and myself on planning matters. I will, sir, hopefully have an advocate to represent when I am a witness for planning matters, and will therefore be able to lead me through my evidence in chief and re-examination.
Okay, well, can you let us know when that is arranged?
I will.
That would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Westminster City Council, please. I see Mr. Welsh, you're here today. I know Mr. Streeton can't be here, but yeah, if you can just introduce yourself and your witnesses, please.
Yes, good morning, sir. And you're quite right. Barrister instructed by Westminster, but only for today. Mr. Streeton appears throughout the rest of the inquiry, and Westminster will be calling Mr. Thomas Burke on historic environment.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, I have proofs of evidence for all of those people and some rebuttals where appropriate. I won't go through the list in detail, but that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I would normally ask members of the public for an indication of who would like to speak. But what I'd like to say in these circumstances, that if you're an interested party and you want to address the inquiry, I know some people have already registered, but you do need to register your intention with the case officer, who is Leanne Palmer. Just this week, it's Helen Skinner is deputising for her. I will come on to the timetable for people to speak. I've got blocked in for interested persons the 10th of December, but I have said that if people have particular problems with availability on that day, I'd ask them to let me know through the case officer at Planning Inspectorate, and that's Leanne Palmer or Helen Skinner, and I will try to accommodate you. In terms of how the event will work, once I finish my opening, we're going to hear opening statements from the main parties, the applicant, the council and Lambeth Village, and possibly from Westminster, although that may happen on Friday, I think. Mr. Welsh, do you want to make an opening statement today?
I will, yes, sir.
You will. Okay, thank you very much. Then we're going to move on to the applicant's evidence, and that will start with Mr. Pilbrow and then heritage evidence from Mr. Mealy. So as many of you will know, I carried out an extremely useful site visit, well, two site visits really, last week on the 25th and the 26th. On the 25th, I visited Parliament Hill Fields and Primrose Hill to see the views of the Palace of Westminster from those viewpoints. I also had a walk around the appeal site and environs to familiarise myself in the evening. And then on Thursday the 26th, I made a lengthy accompanied site visit, which enabled me to see the exterior and interiors of the London Fire Brigade headquarters, the workshop, Whitgift Street, and
Forgive me, sir, I've just lost your audio.
Yeah, I think your audio went off about 30 seconds ago, sir.
Go back a little bit then. I was talking about site visits. I carried out site visits on the 25th and 26th last week, and I visited Parliament Hill Fields and Primrose Hill to see views of the Palace of Westminster. And I also had a walk around the appeal site and environs to familiarise myself in the evening. Then on Thursday the 26th, I made a lengthy accompanied site visit, and I saw the exterior and interiors of the London Fire Brigade headquarters, the workshop, Whitgift Street, Newport Street, the Garden Museum, views from Lambeth Palace Road, the Newport Street Gallery, commercial premises under the railway arches, the Beaconsfield Gallery, the parks and gardens in the vicinity of the appeal site. And I also visited private residences in Whitgift House, Black Prince Road and 9 Albert Embankment. And then after the accompanied part of the site visit, I crossed Lambeth Bridge to view the site from Millbank, from Victoria Tower Gardens, Parliament Square North Pavement and Westminster Bridge. So I think I've got a fairly thorough understanding, thanks to the site visits, of the environs and the site. If necessary, I will visit the site and surroundings again after hearing the evidence. At present, I don't feel that's likely to be necessary, but we'll see how the evidence goes and I'll make arrangements if necessary. If I can just say a little bit about the timetable, I've circulated a draft timetable to the main parties, which now includes a planning session on Monday the 14th and closing submissions on Friday the 18th. And I'm grateful to all the parties for making themselves available on those days. I think that takes a little bit of the pressure off, although we still need to be very focused, I think, in the presentation of evidence and questioning, as I'm sure you will be. I don't think we've got complete agreement on the timetable as it stands. I think we'll have to see how we go, but I would hope that we can hear the heritage evidence this week. And if we can do that, then I think we're pretty much on course to complete within that timetable. But I will come back to it at various stages according to how we're going. Anybody got any comments on the timetable at this stage of the 4 main parties? Mr. Warren.
Thank you, sir. May I just make 2 short points? One is, I think on Thursday at the moment, we're programming in Mr. Rowe, the Commissioner. His time is even more constrained, I fear, than most of ours. And I wonder whether it might be possible to fix his appearance on this Thursday morning. He can't do 10:30 to 12, but might it be possible to say after 12 or something of that kind, just to make sure that he knows precisely when he has to appear?
That's fine by me. I'll be guided by you on that, Mr. Warren, because but that's fine by me, certainly. Yeah.
Super. The other point is in terms of Dr. Mealy's evidence. I think because of the arrangements for Mr. Streeton and Westminster to come back, as it were, and deal with their point on heritage or their points on heritage later in the week. I'm sorry I wasn't at the pre-inquiry session that you had, but is it your intention to have a kind of Westminster specific point session and for Dr. Mealy to, as it were, reappear at that point to give a bit more, or to give his points on those issues and be cross-examined? Well,
we said we would make both Mr. Pilbrow and Dr. Mealy available for questioning if Mr. Streeton has any questions he wants to put to them.
That's fine. Yeah.
Whether they need to, I mean, the inquiry is being live streamed and Westminster's witnesses are here, so I think they'll know what's said. I was thinking that we would hear that specific evidence on that specific day, but again, I'll be guided by others.
So it's useful just to touch on that, sir, because it obviously has an implication for the evidence in chief that Mr. Pilbrow and I hope, all things going well, Dr. Mealy might give today. So I just wanted to make sure I could separate that little bit out.
Yes, I think that would be sensible.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Dr. Mealy has a little bit of a time constraint on Friday, and I'd be intending to get him on if possible first. So get him through by 11 if possible, just to put a marker down. His availability becomes a little bit more constrained after 11 o'clock on Friday.
That sounds fine to me. Mr. Welsh, have you got any problems with that?
Yes, sir. You appreciate. I'm just really able to pass on some time estimates from Mr. Streeton about the witnesses. It might be helpful if I do all of that now, so you've got all the information in one place, hopefully. In terms of Mr. Mealy, the time estimate for cross-examination of his evidence is 2.5 hours, and then Mr. Pilbrow, cross-examination 30 minutes, and then Black for Lambeth, cross-examination 30 minutes. And in terms of Westminster's evidence, the examination in chief of Mr. Burke, the time estimate for that is 1.5 hours. So
I've got to say, Mr. Welsh, that does sound a great deal if we're thinking about the balance of the inquiry. I know it's a very important issue, but the issues are quite clearly before us, I think, and there's a lot of background material which I have read. So 2.5 hours in particular sounds like a lot of time to spend cross-examining Dr. Mealy. It's just a comment I'd make at this time. I think we would have difficulty accommodating that on Friday. I'm very reluctant to spill over into next week at this stage, because that'll cause us problems next week, I think. So could you relay that back? As I say, I'm fully grasped of the issue, but it seems to me that the issues are really quite well defined, and 2.5 hours sounds like a lot of time to me. So can you relay that back, please?
That's well understood, sir. Yes, I will certainly relay that back. The only other point to mention is that I've been told these are conservative time estimates, so there should be the opportunity for being well within them.
Oh, I see. They're conservative in the sense of being perhaps generous.
Generous is the word. So yes, yeah. But I'll say that back to Mr. Streeton. But those are those time estimates I'm passing on today. Okay,
thanks very much. I am very keen to stick to the timetable as far as it is agreed. So if you can take that on board, but it's not lessening the importance of the issue. I'm fully seized at that. Okay, thank you. Mr. Reid, have you got any comments on timetable at the moment?
Not at the moment, thank you very much, sir. I anticipate we're going to come on to time that we'll expect to spend in cross-examination or evidence in chief shortly. If not, I can deal with those points as and when they arise. Okay, and Mr. Ball.
No, I think we've discussed the timetable, understand the pressing nature of things. So as Mr. Reid said, I'll give my times when I'm asked to.
Thank you very much. Well, as I say, we because of the format as well, we don't have quite as much time, although I'm suggesting we perhaps might sit a little bit longer than I previously indicated in terms of hours in the day, if it helps to get through. I'll come on to that in a moment. Yeah, digital events are quite demanding in terms of use of screens and IT. So I will take regular breaks. As I say, I think we might sit, I've originally indicated 3 1.5-hour sessions. We might stretch that a little bit with everybody's consent. So my initial intention is to run from 10 o'clock till 1 o'clock with a break of 15 minutes, and then 1400, 2 o'clock, perhaps till 4 o'clock. But I will keep that under review. And if we've got a possibility of completing evidence, then it makes sense to me to sit a little bit longer. And if anybody from any of the parties needs an adjournment at any other time, then please let me know. As with a physical event, it's crucial that before, during and after the inquiry, I'm not alone in the room, in the virtual room as it were, with any party. So when we do adjourn, I'll leave the meeting first. I'll turn off my microphone and video. During adjournments, I will leave the meeting and will rejoin at the stated time. And please ensure that you all do so too. If you do leave your microphone on, then all parties will be able to hear you. So do be careful what you say, particularly in breaks. You'll understand that I have to take notes and I have to find documents. So it may appear that I'm not giving you my attention all the time, but I will be listening. I have some documents in hard copy, others on the screen. So I may not be looking at the screen at all times, but that doesn't mean I'm not listening to what's being said. If I could just say a little word about documents that parties may wish to submit at the inquiry. I think we've had a late flurry of documents, and I understand that the council is maintaining the list. Yesterday I had an updated list of core documents, and those are being loaded onto the council's website, so they're available to everybody. Can you just confirm that's the case, Mr. Reid, please?
It is the case. Thank you very much.
Is. Okay, and if you do want to submit another document, then please email it first to the case officers, Leanne Palmer and Helen Skinner, who will circulate it around the main parties. I've mentioned I have copies of proofs of evidence and appendices and rebuttals where appropriate, but the other core documents can be found on the council website. A link was sent out, I think, with the joining instructions, but if you ask the case team, they can supply it to you if you haven't already got it, but that has all the documentation readily available. Are there any questions about the general management of the event? If there's anybody present from the general public who wants to ask a question about procedure now, this might be a time to do it. I'm not inviting you to speak. That'll be at a later stage of the inquiry, but if you've got any concerns either about the technology or about the way the inquiry is going to be managed, then if you put your hand up, I'll respond to that. No, okay, well, I'll move on. I have a statement of common ground agreed between the applicant and the council, and given the positions that those parties have taken at the inquiry, it sets out wide-ranging areas of agreement on many issues, although not complete unanimity, and that'll come out in the evidence. I've seen the council's letters of notification in their various guises, and from the numbers involved, that seems to have worked. There haven't been any hitches, so the publicity arrangements have all gone well as far as I can see. I'm not going to go through all the responses that I've received from members of the public. If you made a written submission and want to check it was received, please contact the case officers. They may have already given you an acknowledgement, in which case I will have it. I've read many of them. As I say, there were a few came in yesterday, but I will keep up to date with that. And yes, the Secretary of State will in due course see all the representations to the inquiry, as well as those submitted at the application stage. As far as the plans are concerned, those before the inquiry have been helpfully set out for me, and they're on the council's website at CDM, and that comprises the architectural drawings final set from Pilbrow and Partners and the landscape drawings final set from Townsend Landscape Architects. There are a lot of them, and I don't intend to spend inquiry time listing them. I have noted that the conditions, the draft conditions in the Statement of Common Ground refer to compliance with the plans and drawings listed in the decision notice. So I think I would ask that somebody look at that and include a list of plans or word the conditions in such a way that it's evident to which plans the conditions are referring. So we'll have a condition session sometime next week. And if that can be done by then, that'll be very helpful, and a draft list republished. And also ensure, I'm sure they are, but if you can ensure that the plans listed in the Statement of Common Ground are consistent with the core document list version as it's updated. So until yesterday, the latest one I had was the 25th of November. There is an updated one yesterday with a few additions. I've already referred to conditions in the obligation. In terms of conditions, whatever my recommendations are, I have to set out for the Secretary of State the conditions that would be necessary to apply in the event that planning permission and listed building consent are granted. And I intend to discuss those set out in Appendix 2 to the Statement of Common Ground later in the inquiry, and that'll hopefully take place on the 9th of December, or that's what I've indicated in the current timetable. So I will want to discuss any planning obligation at the same time. I received last night an advance copy of the agreed version of the section 106. I haven't had time to go through it in detail, but I understand that a signed version is due to be made available this week. 4th of December is the note I've got. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
Okay,
thank you. All that's happening at the moment is that the main parties, council and the applicants, are just finalising the plans, as I understand it, the drawings that go with it. So there should be a completed copy by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you very much. And can I ask if there is a community infrastructure levy compliance schedule to relate the obligations to the policy basis. Is there one?
So yes, there is one in production, and that will be produced, as I understand it, in due course.
Okay, thank you very much. So I also understand the applicant is undertaking some further work on the environmental statement at the request of PINS, and my understanding is a response will be provided by close of play on the 4th of December, and the applicant intends to publicise the availability of the further information. I think there was a delay because the request got lost, unfortunately, but we do have a timetable to catch up with that work. Mr. Warren?
That's correct. So you've summarised the position accurately.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've seen no preliminary indication that any costs application might be forthcoming, but if there are to be applications for costs, then I will hear them after we've dealt with closings. But it should be part of the inquiry procedures. So the applications were called in by the Secretary of State by letter dated 11th of June 2020. 4 matters were identified which the Secretary of State particularly wishes to be informed about. Firstly, the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, Chapter 5. The extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the government policies for conserving and enhancing the historic environment, that's the NPPF Chapter 16. The extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the development plan for the area, including any emerging plan, and then any other matters that the inspector considers relevant. We went through this at the case conference, which was back in October. And I said there that from my reading the cases submitted and representations by objectors, my assessment of the main issues is the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for conserving and enhancing the historic environment, including the effect of the proposals on the host building, London Fire Brigade HQ, 8 Albert Embankment, and the significance of other neighbouring heritage assets in the London Borough of Lambeth, and the effect of the proposals on the setting of the Palace of Westminster World Heritage Site, with particular reference to protected views from Primrose Hill and Parliament Hill. And the effect of the proposals on the living conditions of neighbouring residents, with particular reference to daylight and sunlight effects. The effect of the proposals on the amenity of neighbouring community and other uses. The extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes, NPPF Chapter 5. The effect of the proposal on the supply of land for employment use in Lambeth Borough. And those matters have formed the basis really for evidence and the timetable. They were agreed at the time. I don't think anybody suggested anything additional. There are other matters that have been raised by residents, and that includes traffic impacts, and there is a traffic witness to respond to those concerns. And the inquiry will look at any benefits to be weighed in the planning balance. And there's an agreed list of benefits set out in the Statement of Common Ground. OK, are there any questions before we move on to hearing opening statements, please? Mr. Warren.
Thank you, sir. May I just raise 2 short points? The first is about Mr. just advanced discussion about the giving of Mr. Pilbrow's evidence in chief. Because there'll probably have to be a short technical hiatus while we transfer control of the screen to him so that he can screen share his presentation. A copy of which, sir, I hope you have, you didn't mention it earlier, but I hope you have received that.
I have got it, yeah.
PowerPoint. And by way of introduction, sir, I hope others have also seen it. It contains information and images and so on that already exist in the evidence, mainly Mr. Pilbrow's main proof, as well as at a midpoint, I think, or thereabouts in the presentation, the running of 4 walk-through or fly-through, if you like, sequences to illustrate the effect of the scheme in context. So just to mention that. And I think, obviously, we can't, it's difficult to send the moving images, so you will have seen, sir, that in the way that these things tend to be done these days, a series of stills from those track films have been provided, and so we'll come to that in due course. That's the first point to note, sir. The other is just in relation to a conversation that I was listening to just before you joined us earlier, sir. I know that Mr. Turner, Mr. George Turner, is attending today, and he's a interested third party who I gather is objecting, would like to object to the scheme. And he said in his discussion earlier on that he intends to submit some material for you and the inquiry to consider. And I just raise it now to avoid the situation that we get through the day and Mr. Turner then doesn't come back until the due day for third parties and presents his information at that point, which might be a little bit late for us to deal with properly. So may I just raise that now? So I think Mr. Turner is on the call, and just ask through you, sir, that if he's going to produce any material, that he do so today, ideally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Turner, are you there to respond to that, please?
Yes, very happy to supply that today. I will email Leanne, or I think somebody else is taking over from her, as you mentioned, for this week. And I mean, just to flag up, the vast majority of it will be extremely familiar to Mr. Reid and Mr. Black in particular, given their long involvement with this site.
Okay, I am slightly concerned. There is a lot of stuff coming in, which seems to be rather last minute. There has been plenty of time to get material in for people who have been wanting to appear at the inquiry. But provided that you provide the material in advance, Mr. Turner, then I'm happy. And you're able to come back later in the inquiry, are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions then, before we move on?
Thank you.
I think we'll go straight on with opening statements in that case, and I'll hear, first of all, I hear them in this order: Mr. Warren first, then Mr. Reid, then Mr. Ball, and then Westminster, please. So, Mr. Warren, I'm in your hands.
Thank you, sir. I hope that through the case officer you received an electronic copy of these points that I'm about to read to you. If not, and for those who haven't got that, obviously on the call, I shall read all of this out. It's about 5 pages long. It won't take very long.
Okay, thanks. I haven't seen them yet, but I'm sure they're in the in train. So, right. But I'm happy for you to read them. That's fine.
Thank you. It's, as I say, it's about 5 pages long. There is a smattering of footnotes. They're all references. I won't read those out. Thank you very much. So these are the applicant's points on behalf of you and I and the London Fire Commission. As you've said, so the application before the inquiry was the subject of a resolution to grant permission by the London Borough of Lambeth just under a year ago, and the Secretary of State called it in on the 11th of June of this year. It seeks authorisation for a major project of regeneration and improvement across the 3 parcels of land that collectively make up the application site. The upgrading and improvement of Lambeth Fire Station, one of the capital's most important given its location, the refurbishment and securing of the listed building in which the fire station sits, the provision of an excellent new museum devoted to the fire brigade, 443 new homes, of which 172 would be affordable, that's 40% by habitable room, employment floor space, supporting 1,260 odd jobs across a wide range of employment types, with bespoke provision for making, artistic and cultural innovation and small and medium enterprises, and new high quality public realm of over 2,000 square metres and a new hotel within the CAZ. Overall, so we say the scheme would create a vibrant, carefully crafted new quarter for this part of London with true mixed use characteristics, and it would be more than the sum of its parts. As a result, the scheme would comply with policy both locally, London-wide and nationally. And that is so despite a limited amount of harm also being caused, very limited, less than substantial harm to several designated heritage assets, and some worsening of daylight conditions in some neighbouring buildings. These effects, we say, would be acceptable in themselves, judged against policy, and taken together would be very substantially outweighed by the scheme's benefits. So you've set out the 4 matters in the Secretary of State's call-in letter. I won't repeat those. I'll just deal briefly with each one by way of opening. The scheme will strongly support, firstly, the delivery of much needed new homes in Lambeth. The site lies within an opportunity area, which tends to be referred to, so as you know, as the VNEB, Vauxhall 9 Elms Battersea. And the targets for Lambeth to meet in the future for housing are high. 1,195 units per annum in the adopted 2015 local plan, rising to at least the 1,335 units currently set out in the intent to publish London plan. London's a single housing market with substantial unmet needs, and there's no question that there is a need to optimise the residential development on appropriate sites. And that's reflected, sir, in the fact that for the VNEB opportunity area, the London plan places weight on residential and commercial development, something reflected in the VNEB opportunity area planning framework, the OAPF, which identifies, and I quote it, high density mixed use housing led intensification is anticipated on Albert Embankment. The scheme, so as I've said, will also provide 40% affordable housing, which would be a significant benefit. Despite some abnormal costs which would be incurred in realising the project, the applicants have worked in partnership with the council to maximise delivery of affordable housing, as demonstrated by the securing of HIF, housing infrastructure funding. There's no dispute that about the financial viability appraisal in this application. The scheme represents the maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing that could be secured. The quantum, tenure and unit size mix of affordable housing is also agreed to be appropriate. And finally, so you'll have noticed a two-stage review mechanism in the Section 106 will provide an opportunity for more affordable housing to be enabled if the scheme's viability improves. The scheme will be designed, we say, sir, to the very highest quality, including its public spaces, recreation and play spaces. It will strongly support government policy in relation to the provision of new homes. As for the historic environment, secondly, sir, the analysis of that has formed the basis for the applicant's approach throughout. Dr. Mealy was part of the successful UNI bid team. His assessment is that there would be some limited harm as a result of the scheme to the main listed building through infilling the deck access and terraces and the removal of and changes to some parts of the building. However, the benefits to the listed building are significant. Most importantly, they conserve and restore its fabric and secure its future use, including part of its original use, the fire station, and through public access, including to the new glazed restaurant at high level and the museum, would underpin its significance, including in the wider London context. Its setting would also be improved through the removal of the CMC extension, so which you'll have seen on the site visit, the creation of an appropriate extension and better townscape to the east. The drill tower would lose some limited fabric in order to make it fit for training purposes, and the drill yard would diminish in size. However, the improvements to its functionality and its securing as part of the future of Lambeth Fire Station would be a benefit. The Albert Embankment Conservation Area would be harmed by the demolition of the workshop building and to some extent by the curtailing of some views of the rear of the listed building. However, sir, there would be a significant benefit through the townscape and urban design enhancements described by both Dr. Mealy and Mr. Pilbrow. The listed Royal Dalton building, which at present suffers from a poor setting, would be improved by better visibility, greater opportunity to appreciate its architectural quality, and again, a better townscape setting. There would be some very limited harm to the setting of Lambeth Palace, its conservation area and St Mary's Church, through glimpsed views of the taller elements of the scheme. There would be no harm, though, to the Westminster World Heritage Site due to the careful placement, design and materiality of the proposals, which in the two LVMF views would be barely perceptible to the naked eye, and to the extent they would be, would not harm the ability to discern the iconic, forgive me for using that expression, but that's what's tend to be said, the iconic silhouette of the Palace of Westminster. Vauxhall Gardens conservation area and non-designated assets would not be harmed. Therefore, so under paragraph 196, or obviously of the framework, the harms would be outweighed, we say, by the intense mixture of benefits the scheme would bring forward. Although not a necessary part of the case, because the balance would be positive without it, the scheme would represent the optimum viable use, the OVU, of the site in addition. And in this central London context, the balance is strongly positive in support of the government's policy towards the historic environment. So as for the development plan and the emerging plan, by way of opening, the scheme, we say, complies overall. Its central activity zone, CAZ, and opportunity area location make the mixture of land uses acceptable in principle. And as I come to in a moment, the benefits that the scheme brings in placemaking and mixed use terms is achieved by following the guidance in the development plan relating to tall buildings and development within the KEBA designation. I'll say nothing more about the development plan itself in opening. Turning very briefly, sir, to those other issues identified under point 4, if you like, of the call-in letter. The scheme would have an acceptable effect on the daylight and sunlight of neighbouring residential occupiers. And you'll remember, so that was the sole failing found by the inspector deciding the native land appeal. And the applicant's team has unsurprisingly been alive to that issue from the very beginning. There would inevitably be some diminution in retained daylight in some units, but they would be acceptable, especially given the central London location, the role of the opportunity area, and the totality of the policy objectives that must be addressed in these important locations. There would be limited effects on the Beaconsfield Gallery in terms of daylight and sun on the ground outside. Again, so these would be well within the margin of acceptability in this location, and that's also the case for the Garden Museum. That would not suffer an unacceptable impact either. There would be no breach of the KEBA policy in Lambeth, as the council says. This KEBA is unique in recognising the challenge, the multifaceted challenge the overall site presents, and permitting residential development on the KEBA part of the site is necessary to achieve the many objectives of policy. And here, sir, as Mr. Pilbrow and Mr. Goldsmith for the applicants in particular explain, the placemaking and mixed use benefits that the scheme would bring, together with conserving the listed building and providing the 40% affordable housing, necessitate the melding of various uses, including a large employment supporting provision on the KEBA part of the site. The overall benefits are better than simply industrial use in terms of job creation and clearly in terms of achieving objectives across the full range of policy. Traffic and servicing, so you've noted, would be properly catered for without any free flow or safety issues arising. You've noticed how the council's evidence deals with that point, and we'll hear about that in due course. Enabling a site as complex as this to support a varied ecosystem of new and indeed old uses presents a challenge to which we say the scheme will rise. It isn't possible to achieve the gains without a modicum of harmful effects, or indeed to please everyone. It's certainly not true, as some allege, that the scheme was progressed without full engagement with the local community. On the contrary, so their views were canvassed, discussed, and fed into the final design. So for these reasons, and of course taking into account the evidence that you'll hear during the course of the inquiry, we will in due course respectfully ask for you to recommend that permission and LBC are given by the Secretary of State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Warren, for that very succinct summary. We'll go straight on to Mr. Reid then for London Borough of Lambeth, please.
Thank you very much, sir. So before I begin, can I just note something that you probably noticed, and it should teach me always to engage my brain when I'm talking. And it's in my list of appearances. I said it was Christine Carpenter as my fourth witness. It's in fact Catherine Carpenter, but you probably saw that.
Sorry, yes, thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you. Yeah. So, like Mr. Warren, we sent through a copy of our opening submissions in a Word form to you. So I don't know whether or not you received that.
Okay, I'm sure it's in the pipeline, but there was a lot of stuff came through yesterday, and I was running to keep up, really. So yeah.
Ours is a short statement, only a couple of pages. So
Thank you.
So you can take comfort in that, sir. This short statement sets out the essence of the authority's case in support of the application. The scheme has been carefully considered by the authority, which reached the conclusion that it accorded with the bulk of the development plan policies and comprised sustainable development for the purposes of the NPPF. Accordingly, it concluded that planning permission and listed building consent should be granted. The authority acknowledged the particular benefits of the scheme, including, firstly, the heritage benefits associated with the reuse of 2 underused listed buildings. Secondly, the provision of a new fire station and emergency base. Thirdly, the creation of a permanent home for the London Fire Brigade Museum. Fourth, the delivery of new housing and 40% affordable housing, which was robustly viability tested. Fifth, the creation of space for approximately 1,264 on-site jobs across a range of sectors. And lastly, the enhancement of the public realm with extensive areas of hard and soft landscaping, offering a substantial improvement over the existing situation. The authority assessed the scheme against the relevant heritage policies and statutory provisions. It reached the conclusion that the less than substantial harm caused to relevant heritage assets was outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, and that includes both designated and undesignated heritage assets. The development was considered from a townscape perspective and was found to be carefully considered and of high quality, which responded well to the local context. The proposed tall buildings responded positively to the character of the area and the surrounding buildings, improving the legibility and permeability of the area and complementing the new composition of taller buildings around Albert Embankment. The authority concluded that the development's regenerative qualities were aligned with a desire for growth in the Vauxhall area, including in the local plan, the VNEB OAPF and the Vauxhall SPG. The authority considered the effects of the scheme on the amenities of those living and working in the area. It considered daylight and sunlight issues and decided that while the scheme did result in some adverse and noticeable reductions in daylight, these were acceptable, taking into account all relevant circumstances. The development would not, the authority decided, appear visually overbearing or result in any undue overlooking or loss of privacy. With conditions in place to address construction noise and proposed plant and machinery, there would not be any significant increase in noise or disturbance to neighbouring properties. The scheme has, the authority assessed, been designed to be highly sustainable in energy terms and to maximise the potential carbon savings which can be achieved. The authority considered the provisions of the local plan Site 10 allocation, including its identified preferred uses and key development considerations. The council assessed alternative development schemes and decided that the development scheme would deliver a wider range of community, placemaking, economic and employment benefits than the other schemes considered, and that this established an exceptional case for including residential units in KEBA designated land. The authority considered the density, unit sizes and unit layout of the scheme. It considered the scheme's compatibility with accessible, adaptable and wheelchair housing provisions and found it to be acceptable. With mitigation measures, noise and disturbance for occupiers would be addressed. The authority reached the view that overlooking and privacy issues for those occupiers were also addressed. In other respects, including flood risk, air quality, wind microclimate and contamination, the scheme was found to be policy compliant. And having considered all of the relevant planning benefits, the council concluded that these would outweigh the identified impacts on heritage and residential amenity. And for the reasons which will be developed in this inquiry, the authority respectfully requests that planning permission and listed building consent is granted for the development. So those are my opening submissions on behalf of the authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reid. Very helpful. Mr. Ball, could we hear from you next, please?
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. We are heartily glad that the Secretary of State called in these applications for his determination and that he's appointed you to advise on the application through this inquiry. We look forward to setting out why this proposal is fundamentally flawed and must be rejected. This is a sorry state of affairs. A series of central London sites have been gradually vacated for over 20 years and left to the foxes and the buddleia. The sites are in public ownership and a vital public service is still delivered from one of them, but the owners should be thoroughly ashamed. 2 of the buildings on them are listed. Another makes a positive contribution to the conservation area in which they all sit. Another listed building sits adjacent. Designated and non-designated heritage assets are distributed in the area around a village green given to the parish by the Archbishop of Canterbury in 1703. The 2 oldest buildings in South London are close by, including one of the nation's great historic palaces. A river flows outside, the largest piece of contiguous open space in this world city, providing fabulous views of our listed buildings and, uniquely, 2 palaces, the other being the Palace of Westminster, part of the World Heritage Site. On the other hand, one of the sites, vacant for decades, backs onto a series of large social housing estates and occasional terraced streets, the remnants of post-war comprehensive development, with some of the worst multiple deprivation in our city: poor health, high unemployment, low educational attainment, poor public transport. The immediate area contains the only protected locally significant industrial land in central London, serving the central activities zone and giving some local employment in a broad range of jobs. Everybody locally wants these sites back in use. We are proud of our area and believe in its future. We don't harbour fantasies of what the sites should be. Light industrial uses and local jobs like the coffee roasting and fish preparing, offices and homes provided in an appropriately restored building, along with a new fire station, and even, maybe, a museum, if we were lucky, welcoming new people and businesses to our area. But that hasn't happened. The owners took an age to finding a development partner, haggling over the emerging planning designations, submitting and withdrawing applications, being refused permission and losing an appeal, and then starting all over again, another 7 years wasted, coming up with another fundamentally inappropriate application. Meanwhile, the central site has been abandoned for nearly 2 decades, although for a brief and bizarre 18 months, the owners started realising its potential with various meanwhile uses, including the museum, which then evaporated once they thought they had their planning permission, and the glorious 1937 buildings rot. What is appropriate for these sites? Luckily, in this country, we have a plan-led system of development, and what is appropriate is set out in great detail in the development plan. The sites are in an opportunity area where development for housing and jobs is strongly supported. They are partly in a key industrial and business area, KIBA, which determines the broad range of jobs which could be provided. They are in a conservation area with its sensitivities, and they are sites clearly designated in the development plan as inappropriate for tall buildings. And the sites are surrounded by over 500 homes with residents whose amenity needs to be protected. Given these constraints, the plan is unusually flexible. No other KIBA in 2020 includes, I quote, "some residential within the KIBA boundary may be considered if it can be demonstrated that this is necessary to achieve an acceptable scheme in all other respects." But upon first seeing the application, it would be easy to imagine that there were no planning framework to guide development. No less than 4 tall buildings are proposed, and a 5th extended vertically, contrary to some of the very reasons it was listed. These tall buildings would be ubiquitous in their impact, everywhere and anywhere. One of the lesser ones lands in its area completely out of context, dominating views, decimating residential daylight, dwarfing the adjacent former Ragged School, now an industrial gallery. The shortest tall building, a mere 40-metre high office slab, would rise several stories over the 19th century listed Southbank House and would wreck the daylight in the newer homes on Black Prince Road. The 2 taller buildings would cause yet more damage to daylight, particularly to some of the most vulnerable people in the neighbourhood. 12 children live in the 5 ground floor flats in Whitgift House. 3 are severely disabled. For the second time in their short lives, They are threatened with having their sky taken away from them. But the two taller buildings would also damage heritage assets. They would interfere with protected views of the exquisite modern silhouette of the listed fire station headquarters. Its striking design itself a delightful response to the height constraints of the 1930s. Our tall buildings have no such ingenuity. They would just rise. At 38 metres wide, they would be far from slender. Please look out for that word, sir. It appears 10 times in Mr. Pilbrow's proof. But repetition doesn't eviscerate the facts of the matter. These tall buildings would not be slender. They would just be tall and bulky. They would appear in many local views across the conservation area. They would lower over the former Ragged School and over the industrial land they would squat on, undoubtedly leading to the termination of the fish preparation business and the collapse and eventual de-designation of the Kiba. They would lower over the 4-storey social housing, over the local park and playground. They would come crashing through the medieval roof of the Great Hall of Lambeth Palace, and they would destroy views of the genuinely slender mitre, which has been dramatically thrusting from the roof of that building into the clear sky for over 300 years. They would confuse views from the bridges and along the rhythm of tall buildings which has developed from the cluster at Vauxhall Cross and down along Albert Embankment to the low-lying areas around the medieval buildings. And they would even be visible from Parliament Hill and Primrose Hill, but not as distinct tall buildings, rather as a merging murk of buildings behind and beside the Victoria Tower of the Palace of Westminster, whose Gothic crenellations can currently be seen 5 miles away against the sky and the Surrey Hills. We will, over the next 2 weeks, go over these points in detail. You will hear claims that the towers are slender, the public realm generous, the listed building sufficiently robust to handle intrusions, the housing necessary, the high street repaired, the daylight losses not really unacceptable, and the public benefits overwhelming. Please don't take these claims on face value. Test the evidence, for each and every one is unsubstantiated and frankly incredible. And each and every impact is indicative of overdevelopment of the site. A difficult thing to achieve on a site which could clearly accommodate 150 or so homes and some seriously useful businesses and a refurbished fire station without breaking sweat. But stuffing 443 flats, over 100,000 square feet of offices and a 200-bed hotel means building big, building up, and then scrabbling around, greening various shared surfaces, and yet still only coming up with a third of the urban greening required. We properly and fully agree that there would be benefits of this scheme. Firstly, a refurbished and renewed fire station. Secondly, a very welcome museum, notwithstanding the fact that it could considerably be better accommodated. Delance's bid shows one alternative. But a refurbished fire station and shell for a modest museum does not require a £500 million redevelopment. What's more, a third benefit, the sustainable reuse of the listed building as residential, would, along with a suitably subservient extension wrapping the back, be sufficiently profitable to prove viable. There is already a tenant proposing a use for the central site for electric vehicle and charging centre, which central London desperately needs. Why doesn't the London Fire Commission go for a more modest but appropriately scaled development? Perhaps because it won't bring the £42 million it expects to receive from a capital receipt, were this scheme approved, an oddly identical figure to that budgeted to receive on the failed appeal scheme 7 years ago. The applicant even hints as much and tries to claim this as a planning benefit. It is not and cannot be a material consideration in this planning decision. But also, sir, please note what isn't being talked about by the applicants. Firstly, the key constraints and minimal requirements set out in the development plan. The site-specific inappropriate for tall buildings is magicked away in the statement of common ground on the basis of false information known for over a year. The demonstration of the necessity for building housing on the Kiba, the only construal of which can be as an enabling advice, is completely absent. The demonstration of considering alternatives to establish the optimum viable use for the purposes of heritage considerations is again wholly absent. The additional clear planning constraints placed upon the site in the local plan following the last inquiry, precisely to avoid a repeat performance, have simply been haggled over or ignored. In a famous case, Tesco Stores Limited versus Dundee City Council, Lord Reid observed, I quote, "The development plan is a carefully drafted and considered statement of policy, published in order to inform the public of the approach which will be followed by planning authorities in decision-making, unless there is good reason to depart from it. It is intended to guide the behaviour of developers and planning authorities. As in other areas of administrative law, the policies which it sets out are designed to secure consistency and direction in the exercise of discretionary powers, while allowing a measure of flexibility to be retained. Those considerations point away from the view that the meaning of the plan is in principle a matter which each planning authority is entitled to determine from time to time as it pleases within the limits of rationality. Development plans are full of broad statements of policy, many of which may be mutually irreconcilable, so that in a particular case, one must give way to another. In addition, many of the provisions of development plans are framed in language whose application to a given set of facts requires the exercise of judgment. Such matters fall within the jurisdiction of planning authorities. Nevertheless, planning authorities do not live in the world of Humpty Dumpty. They cannot make the development plan mean whatever they would like it to mean. Finally, sir, I would like to point the other aspect which is not being talked about by the applicant. That is the communities who live and work here and will be impacted profoundly and negatively by these proposals. The applicants have helicoptered in a proposal which is dismally inward facing. Images are shown of people walking down the lit up narrow street, rebranded gardens, or of sitting at a cafe table enjoying the bright lights of the development. There is no relationship with the goings on in the area, with the social housing on Whitgift Street, or the industrial or artistic uses in the Kiba, or with the multiple micro-businesses in Southbank House, or with the visitor experience of the Garden Museum. We have just been through the rigours of revising the local plan in Lambeth, confirming the importance of protecting residential amenity and industrial land and heritage assets, and of achieving appropriate levels of growth on our precious reservoir of brownfield land. Reading the applicants and much of the council's response is to enter into that Humpty Dumpty world Lord Reid warned us all against. We look forward to you recommending to the Secretary of State how to turn the world right side up by refusing these plans. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ball. Will you let me have a copy of that if you haven't already done so? That would be helpful.
Sorry, sir. I have sent it to Pins and to the other parties. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, Mr. Welsh then.
Thank you, sir. Yes, likewise, we have also sent through a digital copy to Pins and the main parties of these opening submissions. The iconic silhouette of the Palace of Westminster is instantly recognised across the globe, linked intrinsically with London's identity as a world city. The significance of the palace and its setting are beyond dispute. It is a World Heritage Site, by definition of outstanding universal value, OUV, as well as a Grade 1 listed building. It is therefore a designated heritage asset of the very highest order. The intricate architectural form of Barry and Pugin's masterpiece makes a unique contribution to the London skyline. Since at least 2006, UNESCO's World Heritage Committee and ECOMOS have expressed concern regarding the impact from development, especially tall buildings, upon the OUV of the Palace of Westminster. And as recently as July 2019, the WHC has reiterated the risks posed by the proliferation of tall buildings behind the palace's silhouette, the harm such development causes to its OUV, and the need to protect the setting of the palace in important and sensitive viewpoints. Turning to the proposal, insufficient consideration was given to the impact of the development upon the OUV of the Palace of Westminster in developing the proposal, which is for the substantial redevelopment of the former London Fire Brigade headquarters and surrounding land, notwithstanding that the allocation for the site in the development plan states expressly that the heritage sensitivity of the site, including its location in the background of the Palace of Westminster from Parliament Hill and Primrose Hill, makes it inappropriate for tall building development. The proposal is to erect 2 tall towers, rising to 88 and 81 metres respectively. For that reason, the application had to be advertised as a departure from the development plan. Turning then to the impact. The development will have an adverse impact on the OUV of the Westminster WHS. It will appear in a number of important views of the palace and harm the townscape context within which it is experienced. The tall buildings proposed will, firstly, appear between the Victoria Tower and the Central Tower in LVMF view 4A.2, and that's the Primrose Hill, the summit view, shouldering up against the Victoria Tower and reducing its visual prominence. Secondly, the tall buildings proposed will appear behind the Elizabeth Tower in LVMF view 2B.1, that's the Parliament Hill east of summit view, obscuring the ability to appreciate the clock tower in the view. In both of these London panoramas, the Palace of Westminster is identified as a strategically important landmark. The LVMF makes clear that development within the background of the Palace of Westminster should not harm the viewer's ability to appreciate it. That, however, is precisely what the proposed development does. In addition, the proposed development will have an adverse townscape impact. This will be noticeable, for example, when standing on Westminster Bridge, where the proposed development will introduce a new scale and bulk of development in closer proximity to the Palace of Westminster, in a manner which further diminishes the palace's proximity within its riverside setting. It would also now appear that there may also be an impact from within Parliament Square in the gap between St Margaret's and the Palace of Westminster, but the extent of this will only become clear when the Miller hair animation is provided, which to date it's not been. Overall, regardless of the position from within Parliament Square, the development will cause moderate, less than substantial harm to the OUV of the Westminster WHS and to the significance of the Grade 1 listed Palace of Westminster. This is the view not only of Westminster City Council, but of Historic England as well, whose views must carry substantial weight. This harm was not taken into account by the applicant in designing the scheme, or by Lambeth in resolving to grant permission. The reason for that is, at least in part, the inadequacy of the assessment of the impact of the proposal upon the WHS's OUV in the application documentation, and in particular the HTVIA. Once that harm is appreciated, it is apparent that the proposal conflicts with relevant development plan policies, including policies 7.8, 7.10, 7.11 of the London Plan, and Q19, Q25 and Q26 and PN2 of the Lambeth Local Plan, as well as with emerging and other material policies, including HC2 of the Intend to Publish London Local Plan, and policies DES 14 and DES 16 of the Westminster UDP, policies S25 and S26 of the Westminster City Plan, and policies Q19, Q25, Q26 and PN2 of the draft revised Lambeth Local Plan. In conclusion then, sir, in addition to the weight which the conflict with development plan policy above identified, harm to the OUV of the Westminster WHS and the significance of the Grade 1 listed Palace of Westminster is a very important material consideration, which must attract considerable importance and weight. It creates a strong statutory presumption against the grant of planning permission, pursuant to Section 66 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990. Ultimately, the question of whether such harm to the OUV of the WHS is justified is a matter for the Secretary of State. It is certainly of concern, however, that a development of this scale and bulk, which will unavoidably interrupt the background to the palace in strategic views and harm the ability to appreciate it, has been brought forward in circumstances where historic England's position is that, and I quote here, had the height of the proposed tall buildings been reduced in line with our advice, the harm to heritage significance identified in this statement would have been lower. Given the WHC's repeated warnings about the cumulative adverse impact that granting planning permission for developments of just this sort is having upon the OUV of the WHS, and the clear warning from UNESCO that if such consents continue to be granted, the Westminster WHS will be placed on the list of World Heritage in danger, serious thought needs to be given to whether permission should be granted for this development. Certainly in the view of Westminster City Council, it should not. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. I think, well, that does complete the opening statements. One thing I forgot to mention in my opening is that the inquiry is being live streamed and is accessible on PIN's YouTube. So that may be an opportunity for people who don't necessarily, who want to see what's going on but don't necessarily want to participate, to view the inquiry without having to come through the lobby procedure. I'll just remind people of that, and you can dip into that and out of it at any time, and you can indeed watch it at 3 o'clock in the morning, as Mr. Ball told me he did with the tulip inquiry the other day. So if that's your particular bag, but I don't necessarily recommend that. Okay, so I think we're going to hear next from Mr. Pilbrow, but there's a convenient time to take a break. Mr. Reid, you've got your hand up.
I have, sir. Thank you very much. It just concerned what Mr. Turner said about Mr. Black being aware of some of the documentation that Mr. Turner was going to produce. We're not too sure yet when Mr. Black will be giving evidence, but he may be giving evidence tomorrow, depending on progress. So can I reiterate, please, the request that we have that information as soon as possible, so I can then have a chance to deal with that in evidence with Mr. Black as appropriate. So you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, good point, Mr. Reid. I think that does emphasise the need to get that information in as quickly as possible. So if you can do that, Mr. Turner, I'd be grateful.
Absolutely. I mean, I can tell you what it is now, if that will be helpful. I mean, it's just.
I don't want to take inquiry time to do that, but
fair
if you
enough.
Send it in
now,
so that Mr. Reid in particular can see it. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, I think we'll take a break then. Can I say we'll break until 20 to 12, please? So that's 23 minutes, I think. No, sorry, less than that, 18 minutes. Oh, I can't add up. Anyway, 20 to 12. And then we'll hear from Mr. Pilbrow. Thank you,
sir. Thank you very much. And during that time, forgive me for interrupting, during that time, we'll effect the technical changeover so that he can take control of the screen and share his presentation with you, sir, and others watching the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, 20 to 12 then, please.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning again. The inquiry is resumed now. We're going to hear from Mr. Pilbrow. Sorry. Yeah, is there anything you want to say beforehand, Mr. Warren?
No, thank you.
No, okay. Good morning, Mr. Pilbrow.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I wonder if it's possible for your technical colleagues to let me share my screen. Is that feasible? I think Caroline might be able to
Yes,
facilitate
it should be.
that.
I was hoping that might have been done, but
I'm so sorry. It says only meeting organisers and presenters can share, and I'm not at the moment able to do that.
Just look.
Now I think it's gone live. Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
So, Mr. Pilbrow, do you have control of the screen to enable you to go through your slides?
I believe I do.
Jolly good. If you have, let me know and I'll introduce you, and then I will let you. Hello. I will let you take it away.
Most kind. Hopefully, I'm sharing a red screen.
Yes, that's right.
Perfect.
Yes,
Just
I can see that. That's
okay,
fine.
can I see if I change it? Does that change for you?
It does, yes.
Yes.
You're in
In which
control,
case,
Mr. Pilbrow.
I am all set to go, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. So, well, I'll introduce Mr. Pilbrow briefly, and then I'll let him speak briefly to each of these slides as we go through, and I won't interject very much other than just to articulate it every now and then. Mr. Pilbrow, your name is Fred Pilbrow, is that right?
That is correct.
And you are the senior founding partner at Pilbrow and Partners, which you tell us is a 60-strong multidisciplinary architectural and urban design practice working across the world, but based in the UK, Europe and Ireland. And you have been a qualified architect for over 25 years, is that right?
That is correct.
And you set out in your proof, and the inspector's seen this and others will have at paragraph 2.1, your previous employment and roles, founding partner at PLP and a partner at Cohn Pedersen Fox KPF between 1998 and 2008. And you also set out your academic involvements with Yale, Bartlett School, and your other involvements in professional activities to do with architecture and design, including the Tall Building Strategic Design Guide of 2005. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Without more ado, Mr. Pilbrow, I'll hand over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
That's very kind. Well, Mr. Warren has helped me by summarising some of my introductory remarks. What I wanted to share with the inquiry was those strands of my previous work that I think particularly bear on the proposals I'm going to describe at 8 Albert Embankment. Firstly, and critically, I have extensive experience restoring listed buildings and also designing new buildings in the curtilage of listed buildings. And I'm sharing 4 examples on the screen this morning. At the top centre is St Mary's, Somerset, which is a Grade 1 listed Christopher Wren church that we're restoring in the City of London. To the right is the Rothermere American Institute at the University of Oxford. This is a project I designed whilst a partner at KPF, and it's set next to 2 Grade 1 listed buildings, Basil Champney's Mansfield College and Cecil Baker's Rhodes House. And on the left is a live project in the office at the moment. We've just received planning and listed building consent for the Grade 2 star EMD cinema. This is the second of the Granada cinema chain that we're restoring on behalf of Waltham Forest Council. Much of my work is in sensitive historic environments and conservation areas. The image on the left shows Phase 5, which is a specialist ear, nose and throat hospital we've designed in the Bloomsbury Conservation Area. In 2016, the building won the NLA Healthcare Building of the Year award. And on the lower right is a project in the heart of the Mayfair Conservation Area, where Westminster recently granted us planning consent for a new mixed-use proposal that restores an arcaded link to Berkeley Square. This historic link had been closed since the 18th century. I've designed tall buildings and believe that in the right location and with the right design, they have the capacity to make a useful contribution to sustainable urban development. They allow an efficient use of land in locations well served by public transport, and they can create opportunities for generous public space. Both, I believe, apply at 8 Albert Embankment. My previous projects include the Heron Tower in the City of London, which I designed whilst I was a partner at KPF, and the Waterman in Greenwich and Aspen in South Keys. Public realm quality is an important strand in our work. I believe architecture should provide an uplifting backdrop to life in the city. Our task as architects is to create good places that are welcoming, engaging, and inclusive. The quality of public realm is a consideration in any urban project we design, but I think it's particularly important in the context of tall buildings, which I believe should give back more in recognition of their increased prominence and scale. On the right is an image of 150 Bishopsgate, a 42-storey building I designed whilst a partner at PLP Architecture in the Bishopsgate Conservation Area. It's currently under construction. You'll notice that I set the building back from Bishopsgate to provide a much-needed public square in this busy part of the city. And you can see that the square is enhanced the setting of the Grade 2 star St Botolph's Bishopsgate, which is visible on the right of the image. Next to the Shard, we're busy designing a tall building for Dutch environmental specialist Edge Technology. Here, half the site remains unbuilt, and we're creating a new public park and gardens that will face the entrance to London Bridge Station. The image on the right is the inside of the same building, and it's a good example of our interest in sustainability and well-being. As architects, we're very aware of the contribution the building environment makes to climate change and environmental degradation, and I believe passionately that as an industry we need to do better. The Edge London Bridge building will be an exemplar for both sustainability and well-being. It will be the first tall building in the UK to achieve BREEAM Outstanding and WELL Platinum certifications. And beyond operational energy use, we're also designing to minimise embodied carbon. This building incorporates structural timber to deliver an overall embodied carbon level of 520 kilograms of carbon per square metre. And this is about a third of what you'd expect for a conventional city tall building. I wanted to say a word or two about consultation, and paragraph 128 of the NPPF calls for early, proactive and effective engagement with stakeholders. And I believe Albert Embankment is an excellent example of a project shaped by consultation. The proposals have benefited from detailed engagement with officers and members at our local authority, Lambeth, where we've had the opportunity to periodically review the project's progress with their strategic planning panel. Our approach to questions such as residential within the Kiba have been informed by this dialogue. Lambeth has also engaged with the GLA throughout the project's development, and we've benefited from expert technical input from their offices, including specialist heritage, sustainability and transport advice. We've had detailed and effective engagement with Historic England, meeting both Mike Dunn, who's head of their London region, and Historic England's full London Advisory Committee. Although Historic England had deferred to Lambeth's conservation expertise, including the very capable Doug Black, on details of the listed building proposals, their input has helped shape our response to, for example, the impacts on the World Heritage Site that we'll discuss later. But I think we've invested particular energy in consulting with our neighbours, residents and businesses living and working in and around our site. In 2016, we opened the workshop on the central site as a space for community engagement and consultation. We took the opportunity to set up the temporary London Fire Brigade Museum, borrowing and unpacking these two recently retired fire appliances from Hendon that you saw on your walk around the site last week. Our aspiration was to encourage our neighbours to visit the workshop and build relationships through dialogue. This is an image of one of the 3 exhibitions we stage in the space. Around the edge of the room, you can see the exhibition explaining the Fire Brigade's long engagement with this site, and on the table in the centre are the emerging proposals for the next chapter in this history. You'll see that as well as views, plans and elevations, we included models, which I believe are a particularly useful aid to understand the proposed project. I believe strongly in open and honest engagement, and we sought clearly to explain the proposals. My team offered to make before and after views from neighbouring residential windows to help individuals living near the site to understand the impact on the proposals. And this is a selection of views we made for residents in 9 Albert Embankment in 2016, and it reflects the state of the design at this early stage in the project. We also did more than formal consultation. We hosted events and activities. Here, I and my team are working with local school children to make ceramic tiles that will be glazed and incorporated into the proposed public realm. I'm hoping this young man will return to the site as an adult and be able to point out his particular tile in 30 years' time. Our clients, you and I, are passionate about supporting local enterprise. They hosted over 400 events in the workshop. I think some 67,000 people visited the facility between 2016 and 2019. And they also provided low cost and no cost space for 12 small startup businesses, artists and third sector organizations. You'd have seen, for example, the building hosted the temporary home for the Migration Museum. And this commitment will continue into the proposed project, where we're going to create 1,700 square meters of dedicated affordable space to support local enterprise. So I wanted to say a word or two about context and the way that it's helped shape our proposals. We walked the site together last week, and you'll see the context of this project's really interesting. The site itself is very varied, including some fine if dilapidated historic structures, as well as some more utilitarian and modern buildings. And the surrounding context is equally diverse, ranging in scale from 2 to 30 stories, and in date from the mid-19th century to buildings that are still under construction at Dumont on the Albert Embankment. Yet despite this richness of context, it's hard to describe, say, Lambeth High Street as a good place. Today, it is bleak and unwelcoming, and the buildings on the site, with their long blank frontages to this street, contribute little to the public realm. 8 Albert Embankment today is sterile and offers no public access. Standing in the same place, this is our vision for Lambeth High Street. Our proposals seek to create a good place for all, somewhere that feels safe, is welcoming, and is animated by a range of uses. We propose a sequence of new landscape spaces connected by new public roads. In total, we have 3 sites, and our approach has been holistic, looking to forge connections to the residential communities living away from the river's edge and across the viaduct. Neighbouring schemes have focused rather exclusively on river views and to a degree turn their back on their neighbours to the east. We've got a different vision and a different ambition. In promoting a lively and well-defined public realm, I believe we're returning Lambeth High Street to its form of vibrancy and energy. I love this image in Michael Ball's proof that showed the street in the 1900s. This is a well-defined urban space with active ground floor frontages and life on the street. We're going to make something very different, and yet this is the proposed square on Lambeth High Street, but I hope that it will share the vibrancy and something of the quirkiness of the past. Of course, this site was a great area for makers and industry. The Royal Dalton Works occupied the site in the 19th century. Indeed, it was a warehouse fire on the Dalton site, where tragically 7 firefighters lost their lives in 1918, that led to Dalton's offering the site to the brigade for its headquarters. We want to bring back this energy and propose to create more than 1,250 jobs here. And these are jobs across a range of sectors, including more than 100 new jobs in affordable workspace that will be specifically targeted at local startups and creative businesses. I guess simplistically, you might say the site has a rather grand character on the river and something more modest towards the east and across the viaduct. The Albert Embankment, Bazalgette's enduring engineering triumph of the 1860s, established a frontage that by the 1930s was the home to a memorable sequence of imposing headquarters buildings. You can see Royal Dalton's, W.H. Smith, and of course the London Fire Brigade headquarters. It's a remarkable building, notable for the integration of sculpture and architecture, of modernist interpretation of arts and crafts ideals. Its architect is E.P. Wheeler of the GLC's Architects Department, and Gilbert Bays was responsible for the handsome Portland stone carvings on the riverfront elevation. Well, the context has changed over the last 80 years. The Dalton and Smith's buildings have been replaced by the International Maritime Organization's headquarters and the residential developments at Parliament View and Westminster Tower. New, taller neighbours lie upstream on the embankment and behind on Black Prince Road. Yet the quality of the original building is undimmed, and our proposals secure its long-term future after 15 years of planning blight and uncertainty. The central strand in our restoration proposals is the preservation of its original use as a fire station and the conversion of its most significant interior spaces to form the core of a major new public museum offering, the London Fire Brigade Museum. The building was listed Grade 2 in 2002, and the list description was updated in 2009. And as well as the quality of design and integration of sculpture, the building's prominence as a riverside landmark is noted. And the list description also references its interiors. This is the Memorial Hall, which you saw in our site visit last week. In our proposals, this becomes the centrepiece of the new London Fire Brigade Museum. It should be noted that the last appeal scheme in 2014 provided no public access to the Memorial Hall, and indeed the space was subdivided. Notwithstanding this, the inspector judged the proposals were acceptable in heritage terms. We want to do better. And it's appropriate the Memorial Hall is at Albert Embankment because this was the building which was the centre of coordination for the firefighting during the London Blitz. This is the control room underground in the North Dock. And this is the fire watching terrace on the roof of the building. You can clearly see the Houses of Parliament, and the building's role, then as now, was to keep safe this World Heritage Site. Our proposals introduce public access to this significant high-level space for the first time through the creation of a glazed public restaurant. And this was something that was recognised of particular heritage benefit by Historic England's Mike Dunn when we met him on the 18th of May in 2018. A bridge from the new hotel proposed on Lambeth High Street delivers you to the fire-watching terrace. From here, you enjoy views down to the Double Height restaurant and across the Thames to the Palace of Westminster. The glazed roof pavilion extends the South Bank's tradition of high-level public access, and I'm thinking of glazed roof extensions on such noteworthy buildings as Tate Modern, Oxo Tower, and the Grade 2-star listed Battersea Power Station. Other notable interiors include the appliance bays on the Albert Embankment frontage, being visited here in 1937 by King George and Elizabeth the Queen Mother. I think he's looking at the pole shaft we saw on our site visit last week. We return this space to its original function, the 4 northern bays accommodating the operational needs of the working fire station, and the 3 southern bays become part of the museum. Here, historic fire appliances will be displayed. A glazed screen divides the fire station and the museum, which will allow visitors to the museum to see the working life of the fire station. The interiors also include these beautiful sculptural stairs, and these we propose to restore, where they'll provide access to residential on the upper floors. This proposed residential use echoes the original function of the upper floors of the listed building. And indeed, the proposed mix of uses reflects the mixed-use character of the original building. Above the fire station, there were offices, and above that, there was residential. The building's list description also references its constructional innovation. It's an early example of a steel-framed superstructure. We're very familiar with the challenges of historic steel-framed buildings, working on the project I showed you in Walthamstow. There, the steel is encased in brickwork. Here it's in concrete. Investigations have shown that at points the waterproofing the concrete are failing and water's got through to the steel, causing it to corrode and expand. This Regent Street disease is a complex problem and one that wants timely attention before the structure further deteriorates. Steel was also used on the drill tower, a separately listed structure that at 100 foot when complete in 1937, it was a tall building by London standards. It's still used for training, but the technique of scaling it with hook ladders, as you can see in this photograph, which led, by the way, to a number of fatalities, is no longer used. The drill yard to the rear of the listed building used to host displays, and the balconies accommodated audiences. And to the south, as you can see on the left, there was a bandstand and a small museum which closed the southern end of the space. The displays are now a thing of the past, and the operational needs of the modern fire station no longer require such an extensive area. The bandstand is gone, replaced by the white plastic CMC building in the 1980s. The list description describes it rather charitably as, quotes, not of architectural interest. I think one could make a rather more severe judgment. Unlike the 2014 inquiry scheme, which entirely infilled the recess between the end towers, we preserve the plan form of the original building and glaze between the galleries so you can access the residential accommodation in the dry. The brigade no longer needs to build big drill yard and no longer has the resources to mount public displays. So our proposals consolidate the drill yard functions to the north around the drill tower. This view taken from Lambeth High Street shows the consolidated drill yard framed between the drill tower and the proposed hotel to the south. You'll note we've added extra windows in the flank of the drill tower, and that's to help fire crews practice different rescue scenarios. You'll see that the east elevation of the north pavilion is restored to its original quality, and we include in that restoration the first floor commentary tower that you noticed on the site visit. The loss of the full extent of the drill yard may change the setting at the rear of the listed building, but I believe it's positive for the quality of the wider context. Today, the long blank boundary wall makes the high street lifeless and hostile. And the hotel we propose on this frontage will bring life and colour back to the street. This is a view across the street from the new square we propose on the central site. Furthermore, the new hotel can significantly enhance the setting of the adjacent South Bank house on Black Prince Road, which is also listed Grade 2. This is the 2014 inquiry proposals. You'll see they also demolished the CMC building, which is definitely a good thing. However, I felt their proposals missed a trick here. I'm not sure this building on Lambeth High Street does much for the setting of the Royal Dalton building. Whereas we propose to draw the hotel back to frame a south-facing space at the junction of Lambeth High Street and Black Prince Road. And it's great for the setting of South Bank House, itself a significant heritage benefit. But I think it's also beneficial and it sets up a generous entrance outside the new London Fire Brigade Museum. And finally, it offers views into the heart of the proposals from the Albert Embankment. You'll see in this view the west of the two tall buildings that we propose on the central site. And here's a good example of their benefit in terms of wayfinding, the tall building marking the position of the largest of the new public spaces and the beginning of a new public route to Paradise Gardens that's created within the master plan. Let's go back to Lambeth High Street. What about the other side of the street? We're proposing to replace the workshop building on the central site, and my colleague Chris Mealy will talk more about the heritage value balance we've struck here. Historic England noted the building as, quotes, not of special interest and rejected it for inclusion when they listed the front building in 2002, and they confirmed this position again in 2009. Yet the building is recognised as a positive contributor to the Albert Embankment Conservation Area in the 2017 updated appraisal. I think before that it was judged as neutral. Replacing this building, however, offers very significant benefits for meeting local needs for employment and housing, as well as the enhancement of the quality of the public realm. I feel strongly we've taken the right approach, and the scheme that retained this building would not only have negative consequences for the central site, but would negatively impact on the neighbouring sites also. This is the return flank of the same building. We're standing on Whitgift Street. I think you might agree it's not architecturally distinguished, and I believe it doesn't make a positive contribution to this residential street. This is our proposal from the same end of the street, a residential terrace of affordable family homes on Whitgift Street that will face existing residential accommodation in Whitgift House to the north. You also see in this view and on the left of the terrace the new route that we propose that weaves through the central site and connects to Central Square. This new route will be lined with ground floor workshops and maker spaces. We thought really carefully about how the proposals relate to the existing context. As my colleague Justin Bolton will explain, the form of the two tall buildings was evolved to preserve good daylight and sunlight to the properties on Whitgift Street. Whitgift House and the neighbouring to Whitgift Street will face a low-rise residential terrace, and we're aiming to create a balance here, a quiet residential street. On the other side of the block and facing the co-working spaces in South Bank House, we're proposing the workplace building. So residential faces residential to the north of the site and office faces offices to the south. The diamond plan form of the two tall buildings emerged as a response from a number of different considerations. They're slender, and I'm sure we'll debate that and test that in townscape views together, particularly in views from Whitgift Street and Old Paradise Gardens. And this has the merit, as I mentioned, of preserving daylight and sunlight to our neighbours. You'll notice in this aerial view that the central site is a rhomboid, cut at an angle by Lambeth High Street to the west and the viaduct to the east. The geometry of the towers picks up these angled edges, forming a transition between Whitgift Street and Lambeth High Street on the west, and framing a triangular garden against South Bank House on the east. We've studied the buildings in townscape views, and it's important to me as an architect that they're slender and well proportioned. Michael Ball made the reasonable point in his rebuttal to my evidence that they're broader in one dimension than the other. I would agree, although they're quite carefully placed, so you don't generally see the broadest face. And in any case, when you do, the angle of the tall of the elevation articulates the facades. Walking under the viaduct, we come to the eastern site, a gap site at the junction of Black Prince Road and Newport Street. You'll see on the right of the image the Beaconsfield Gallery, which occupies the remaining portion of the former Ragged School. We propose a residential apartment building here with gallery space on the ground floor. Its scale, 11 stories, will be visible from the embankment, and we want to draw visitors to Newport Street, where we hope to reinforce the emerging cultural cluster of galleries, including the adjacent Beaconsfield Gallery I mentioned, but also Damien Hirst's Newport Street Gallery to the north of the road. Our proposals have been informed by the planning policy context, and we've drawn on specialist guidance from planning consultants Litchfields and heritage consultants Montague Evans. My colleagues Neil Goldsmith and Dr. Chris Mealy will give evidence to the inquiry on these these topics. The site is set within the Albert Embankment Conservation Area, and I've described the two listed buildings on the front side and the listed South Bank House and the locally listed workshop building. But there are a number of other neighbouring buildings judged positive to the character of the conservation area, including this trio of pubs you see on the top of the slides, the Windmill on Lambeth High Street and the Queen's Head and Jolly Gardeners pub on Black Prince Road. The site is also set more broadly within the Vauxhall and Nine Elms Opportunity Area, which was established in 2012. The latest guidance suggests the overall VNEB should deliver 18,500 homes and 18,500 jobs. Well, Albert Embankment can play an important role in contributing to these targets. In a site of good public transport connectivity, we benefit from a PTEL level of 6A, second highest. The northern part of the VNEB is identified as appropriate for tall buildings of up to 90 metres, and our proposals are compliant with this, with buildings of 84.2 and 77.2 metres. That's 26 and 24 stories. This is a detail of the VNEB guidance which clearly illustrates tall buildings on the 8 Albert Embankment site. Tall buildings proposals respond to their context and play, I believe, a valuable role in reinforcing the form of the local tall building cluster at 8 Albert Embankment. As this plan shows, the core of this cluster, both in terms of height and size of building, lies upstream where the Berkeley St James trio of residential developments, that's Murano, Dumont and Corniche, face the listed Millbank Tower on the opposite side of the Thames. Our buildings are lower, they're smaller in plan and they're more widely spaced, and these characteristics reinforce a visual transition away from the centre. They're also set back from the Albert Embankment frontage, which fully complies with the VNEB guidance, which seeks to avoid, quotes, a wall of development along the river frontage. And they mark a visual transition down to the Westminster Tower, which lies at the north of the cluster. I think this view from Millbank expresses those relationships well. You see on the right of the image, the heart of the tall building cluster, the 3 St James developments I mentioned. Our proposals where the Western Tower is seen to the right of the fire station is slimmer, lower and leads the eye down to the Westminster Tower on the northern edge of the cluster. Here from Westminster Bridge, you see the local cluster of Albert Embankment buildings in the context of the much larger Vauxhall cluster that's emerging to the south. I think in terms of long distance and wider connections, strategically the site can play an important role linking the two major South Bank regeneration areas of Waterloo to the north and Vauxhall to the south. Its location at the north of the VNEB, allied to the strong cultural and public realm aspirations of the project, will allow it, I believe, to play a role in extending the South Bank's regeneration into North Lambeth. And eastern sites are located in one of Lambeth's key industrial and business areas, or KEBAs. Lambeth's adopted 2015 local plan provides site-specific guidance, S10, which encourages us to look at the 3 component sites holistically. It's this S10 policy that, for example, offers support for residential within the KEBA sites on an exceptional basis if residential is required to make a scheme acceptable in all other respects. And we worked closely with Lambeth's strategic planning group in 2016 to assess how the scheme should best respond to the KEBA and site-specific designations. We reviewed the conclusions of the inspector judged in the 2014 inquiry, who, whilst he rejected the scheme on amenity grounds, supported its mixed-use approach on the KEBA sites. As I describe in the design and access statement, we looked at a range of zoned employment-only approaches and compared them to the mixed-use approach that has informed the proposals in front of this inquiry. We demonstrated to the strategic panel's satisfaction that an employment-only approach had significant drawbacks to the quality of the public realm and obviously did little to meet Lambeth's pressing housing needs. We believe the quality of place will be essential to the future success of 8 Albert Embankment, and it's only through enhancing the public realm and developing a mixed-use approach that employment potential can be maximised. In other words, we can only draw companies to this site if the quality of the environment is right. We identified 6 exceptional circumstances that we believe mark this site out as different from others within the KEBA designation and allowed us to comply with the site-specific policy. Firstly, that the site straddled both KEBA and non-KEBA sites. Secondly, that this wider site included listed buildings. Third, the site was called on to provide a new fire station. And fourth, the site was also called on to provide the home for the London Fire Brigade Museum. Fifth, I think the site's potential in the central activity zone urged public realm enhancement. And finally, the site's relationship to surrounding residential may temper its appropriateness for industrial uses. Lambeth site-specific policy S10 also suggests the site is inappropriate for tall buildings because of heritage sensitivity. Through detailed assessment with both planning officers and members at Lambeth, as well as with planning and heritage officers at the GLA, we came to a consensus view that tall buildings could form an appropriate response to the site's heritage context. And my colleagues Neil Goldsmith for the applicant and Jason Travers for the council will provide further detail here. I've alluded on a couple of occasions to the previous proposals for 8 Albert Embankment that were the subject of an inquiry in 2014. These were prepared by Architects LDS on behalf of native land. The inspector's conclusions have been an important consideration for our own work. The inspector rejected the proposals on grounds of unacceptable amenity impacts, but found other aspects of the proposals to be acceptable, including the provision of housing in the Kiba, where he found a 7% affordable offer was also acceptable. I think overall the scheme provided 265 homes. And he also found that the heritage impacts on the listed building, including the impacts of tall buildings on the central site up to 15 stories, were acceptable. For our work, the unacceptable impact on residential amenity for the 2 slab blocks on the central site strongly suggested an alternative approach. And working closely with Justin Bolton at point 2, we found that taller but far more slender buildings yielded better daylight results. These tall buildings at 26 and 24 stories are taller than the 2014 slab blocks, which I believe then allow a number of related advantages. Firstly, we can create more open public space. In fact, nearly a 4-fold increase to a little over 2,000 square meters, in contrast to the 576 square meters that were proposed at the 2014 inquiry. And furthermore, the space we propose is better lit because the slab blocks cast extensive areas of shadow. I think they're quite a challenging form urbanistically. To give you an example of that, this is the view from Lambeth High Street. I'm drawing this at 10:30 in the morning on June the 21st in the existing condition. There's plenty of sun, but it's not a very welcoming or attractive place that I think we talked about earlier. This is the same space at the same time for that earlier inquiry scheme, and you'll see the slab blocks cast the Lambeth High Street into shade. Again, at the same place and time, this is Lambeth High Street as it will be in our proposals, with full BRE compliance for the public spaces that we propose on Lambeth High Street. But let's come back to that question of residential amenity. Justin Bolton will discuss the daylight and sunlight to the neighbouring residential properties, and he will show the proposals mark a very significant improvement in the condition for the Whitgift Street properties that were so adversely impacted in the previous inquiry scheme. I'm showing here the outlook from the ground floor windows to the east and west of Whitgift Street. I guess these are perhaps the single most impacted individual windows that we'll be considering. And this is their outlook today. I'm showing you here then the same outlook for those windows at the 2014 inquiry scheme. And you'll see that as well as the long return walls of the 2 slab blocks on the central site, the properties also faced a tall terrace in between. This is the change in outlook that we propose, and you can compare the relative visibility of the sky. The average VSC for the ground floor windows, as Justin will explain, for the inquiry scheme was 12%, and the equivalent figures for our proposals is 18%, a 50% improvement. I think there are other aspects of the inquiry proposals I felt we could do better. So LDS infilled the back of the listed building between the northern and the southern towers. The original plan form of the building was thereby lost. Extensive areas of single aspect accommodation were created which faced east, and this in turn impacted on the scale of the building on Lambeth High Street. LDS proposed a gap between the listed building and the Lambeth High Street building, and urbanistically I felt this was confusing. The space between the 2 buildings looks like a street, but it isn't a route. I think if I show you this from the Albert Embankment view, you see my concern that it appears that you would want to walk between those 2 buildings, but you can't. And furthermore, leaving that gap pushes the High Street building hard against South Bank House, which we saw earlier creates an uncomfortable relationship to the CMC building. These are our proposals from the same view, and you'll notice that we've drawn the building back from the South Bank House and formed an abutment to the flank of the listed building. It provides much clearer wayfinding. There's no doubt where the public route is, and indeed it draws people into the heart of the site. We've also preserved the original plan form of the listed building, which I hope is in and of itself a heritage benefit. So we're not infilling to the rear. And because our accommodation primarily now faces west towards the river, we can match the height of the listed building and we get a much stronger and clearer definition of the urban block. By drawing the wing of the accommodation to the same height as the listed building, we'll also afford public access from the hotel that's proposed on Lambeth High Street through to the glazed roof extension I showed you earlier on the fire watching terrace of the listed building. The little square on Black Prince Road then connects to a second larger space on Lambeth High Street. Architecturally, we're proposing a very careful relationship between the listed building and our Lambeth High Street wing. The form and materiality of the hotel draws on the palette of the listed building, and yet the detail is contemporary, preserving the clear identity of the original structure. Well, the inspector was content with the heritage impact of the inquiry proposals. I hope, as I and my colleague Chris Mealy will demonstrate, that we can do even better. One area where I believe our approach has particular strengths is in relation to views of the listed building from Millbank. 8 Albert Embankment has a grand horizontal palazzo frontage to the river. Its horizontality is further emphasised by the white Portland stone detailing and recessive stepping of its uppermost floors. The 2014 slab blocks on the central site ape this proportion and I think to a degree erode the clarity of the silhouette. In common with our proposal, a glazed roof extension was suggested. This, however, was single-storey private residential accommodation, and the different fit-outs of the interior spaces would have been very evident on the river elevation. We believe the scale and singular detail of the 2-storey extension proposed preserves to a greater degree the coherence and identity of the listed building. And our tall buildings contrast vertical against horizontal. There's no ambiguity about the identity of the listed building in relation to the tall buildings behind. And I read with, I read with interest the conclusions of the inspector of the 81 Black Prince Road inquiry in 2009, who also applauded the creation of vertical structures to contrast the horizontality of the listed elevation. Now, I wanted to pause, if I might, for a moment and share with you 4 walkthroughs around the site to give you a better sense of how the proposals might appear in the townscape, which will involve a little bit of technical, not wizardry, but competence on my part, which may be equally testing. Let me see if I can do that. And I'm hoping you're seeing a rather blank screen that says 1528 Millbank on the lower corner. Is that going across all right?
Yes, I think that's right.
Perfect. Is that all right if I keep going? I'm happy to going if the inquiry has the energy. So
that's fine, Mr. Pilbara. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me see if I can get this thing to play, and I'll. So what we've done to aid an appreciation of the proposals in the context is create 4 walkthroughs. I'm going to start here on Millbank, and we'll then look around all of the spaces around and indeed within the proposals. I'm going to cross-refer to the still images within the TVIA, and I've put the references of those images into this film. So we're standing here on Vauxhall Bridge, looking downstream, and I'm going to walk us along Millbank so that we can see the proposals in the context I've just been describing. I should mention that all of the context has been laser scanned, and we're confident, I hope you'll agree, that it's an accurate depiction of the setting for these proposals. So as we walk along Millbank, we can see here the cluster of tall buildings at the heart of the Albert Embankment tall building cluster, the group of 3 Berkeley St James buildings, which, with Dumont at the centre, the tallest one, it's about 96 metres. It's just finishing construction, but they have largely been delivered. You'll notice on the right of the image the 2 Texaco site consents. This is by Make Architects. Those projects have not yet been realised. We're walking south along Millbank, and you can see the slim form of the western of the two tall buildings. The listed building set on the riverfront, then to its right the proposed hotel, and the glimpse view through to South Square and the and coming into view South Bank House. I mentioned that I think an aspiration of our scheme is to engage in the riverfront, but more than that, to draw people deep into the heart of the site, and to make connections through the new permeability to Whitgift Street and Old Paradise Gardens, to make connections through to the to Old Paradise Gardens. And this still view shows the overall composition of the tall building cluster. I noticed on my animation, and this was baked last night, that I'm missing the Westminster Tower, for which I apologise. It's shown in the still views, and I'm not quite sure how it's come off. It's some technical glitch. I will, I'll share, if I may, with the inquiry the versions that include that that building. So as we come sort of to an axial view across Millbank to the listed building, you can see the relationship of the proposed two-storey glazed restaurant roof, which follows the horizontality of the overall elevation and follows the stepping that you see evident on its upper floors from the left and the right, so that we continue that line of stepping in on either edge. This is a nice example of that glimpse view through to the South Bank house building, now visible across the river. Today that view would be blocked by the CMC buildings. There's a great sense of depth, I think, in the overall composition of the cluster. We're drawing back from the riverfront, following a similar alignment to the 23-storey 81 Black Prince Road. And indeed, one sees a balance with Black Prince Road building in this axial view across Millbank, where we get the pyramidal form of the building emphasized by the glazed rooftop restaurant, and the strong contrast between the verticals of the tall buildings on the front site and the tall buildings on the central site, and the horizontal profile of the listed building in the foreground. We're going to walk down to Lambeth Bridge, and I'll show you a view from across the bridge on this side. Again, I think as you look at the movement down Millbank, we can see the changing relationships between the foreground buildings and the tall buildings in the background. In 2009, the inspector for the 81 Black Prince Road inquiry noted the effect of parallax and distance to again further separate the riverfront listed building from the tall buildings behind. And then we're going to come to Lambeth Bridge, and I apologise that Westminster Tower has disappeared from my animation. We will correct that. The orange shows the consent. Westminster Tower has a consent for a slightly increased accommodation at roof level. And then we'll come to the Lambeth Bridge. And then I think from this view, you get a good appreciation of the contrast between the vertical and the horizontal. You glimpse the separately listed drill tower to the left of the listed building. Very good. What I now wanted to do was take you a little closer and into the scheme. And let me see if I'm going to get my. Okay, so this will start in an aerial view and then travel down the Albert Embankment, go down Black Prince Road into South Square before finishing in Central Square and looking to the new fire station. And this aerial view from the southeast shows the existing site and now the proposals, including the two tall buildings on the central site. The eastern site here on Newport Street and Vauxhall Walk makes relationships to the Graphite Square and existing tall buildings just to the south of that site. We'll come down here to the Albert Embankment, flying carefully between the trees to walk up the Albert Embankment, and we're approaching the listed building from the south, where you see the form of the glazed rooftop restaurant and its connections back to the hotel wing on Lambeth High Street. As we walk towards the site, we see South Square opening up with a view through to the tall building on the central site. You can see the removal of the CMC building, then opening up that new public space on Black Prince Road. We'll come to look down Black Prince Road, and you glimpse at the end of the road the eastern site. And again, I think it's a good example of how we're trying to connect the three sites together to emphasize the activity that's occurring across the full scope of the development. Here you glimpse it at the end of this prospect across the viaduct on that side. The banners mark the entrance, the school's entrance to the museum, but the red door on the left is the public entrance on Albert Embankment itself. We'll come down into South Square. So the museum occupies this southern end of the listed building, the Memorial Hall just behind those windows there. And then it also takes space in the new wing of hotel accommodation that you see in the backdrop to South Square on this side. And I think the opportunity of giving it that contemporary space also allows it to have a shop window, if you will, or a kind of clear visible opening to the new public space. So this shows the CMC building today. This is the previous inquiry view. You glimpse the slab block on Lambeth High Street, and then our proposals with that new public space and the view they afford. I'll do the same thing at night. This is the view of the inquiry proposals, and then the view through to the museum on the backdrop of South Square. So walking into South Square, these are not huge spaces. They have a kind of an intimacy and I think benefit the character and quality of Lambeth High Street from that scale. And as we move from place to place, as I hope I'll show you in this and the other animations, you've got a sense of an unfolding journey and a discovery of spaces as you come to them. So here we've arrived at Central Square. We have the workplace building that's proposed on the southern end of the square, which replaces the existing workshop, and to its left, the western of the two residential tall buildings. We'll walk down Lambeth High Street, and you're seeing the obelisk relocated on at the kind of pivotal point of the new walkway across the central site. This is one of 12 street trees. One of the aspirations we have is to green the site and to bring more biodiversity onto the site. The drill tower restored, and then seen beyond it, the new wing of accommodation that we're creating for the fire service, which screens the ugly blank flank wall of the IMO, and you see here the end elevation with the restored balconies and galleries, and indeed the restored first floor control tower on that level. The existing view today, the inquiry view in 2014, and our proposals which enlarge the drill tower. I was going to walk past the Garden Museum next. I'm concerned that my Westminster Tower appears to be off in these animations. Again, I can only apologise for that, and we will provide an updated and corrected animation that includes the Westminster Tower. The walk takes us past the Garden Museum through Old Paradise Gardens into Whitgift Street, and as you can see here, to finish in Central Square. And we'll start on Lambeth Bridge, where you can see both the emerging, much larger scale of the Vauxhall cluster to the south of the site, the St James developments on the Albert Embankment, past the Westminster Tower, and then Lambeth Palace itself. So to start, we'll look at the proposals in the context of the neighbouring tall building cluster, and you see here the proposals in relation to the creation of the glazed rooftop restaurant and the two tall buildings visible on the central site. Again, I apologise that I'm missing Westminster Tower from my animation here. So as we come south, I think we can see clearly the relationship of the glazed rooftop restaurant to the robust structure of the listed building below. Its broad pyramidal massing stepping back on the upper floors, with the fire watching terrace as the centerpiece of that composition. And the proposed glazed structure, recessed from the north and south elevations and drawn back from the front elevation, is a subservient piece that frames the overall building's composition and order. On the central site, we can see the form of the tall buildings, the diamond plan form of the tall buildings articulates their broad elevations. We were talking about proportion. I think it's a nice example where you can see that even at its broadest face, you read clearly the two different facets of the building's proportion. I'm going to go to a still view, which I hope will restore the Westminster Tower, which is, as I say, I apologise, is absent from this animation. You'll see Bazalgette's sturgeon lampposts on the 1866 Albert Embankment. As we pull back, I'm going to take you across Lambeth Palace Road to the Garden Museum and St Mary's. I hope the quality of this is working on Teams. Showing videos is always a challenge, but that shows existing and proposed in the context of the Westminster Tower. And this shows the Westminster Tower's consent for remodelling. And again, I apologise that it's missing from my animation. So we were going to walk across to St Mary's. I think we've been a little unkind with the stonework, but the form of it, I hope, is adequate. And we'll come to the end of Lambeth High Street to assess better the visibility of the proposals, both here from the end of Lambeth High Street and also from Old Paradise Gardens. You'll recall from our site visit last week, we went to the Sackler Courtyard Gardens, which are on the left of this image. And we're coming through to the end of Lambeth High Street now, where you'll see the easternmost of the two tall buildings. This is the 77-metre tall, 24-storey building, which is seen in the prospect beyond Old Paradise Gardens. This rendered view gives the detail of that. The tall buildings have a pale green glazed terracotta cladding. There's a series of teardrop-shaped slender mullions that articulate the elevations, and then at the apexes of the plan we have glazed balconies. As we come down Lambeth High Street, the western of the two tall buildings comes into view. The base of this building is a little cafe that will spill out onto Lambeth High Street. I think we see the awnings of it at the base of this building. And then as Lambeth High Street curves around, we then see the hotel building and finally the drill tower in the foreground of this view. you see beyond to 9 Albert Embankment, which rises to some 13 stories on the other side of Black Prince Road. I'm going to come back and let's go through old Paradise Gardens, former graveyard. Indeed, the graves are still, the gravestones are still visible on the listed boundary walls. Old Paradise Gardens, again, I think Justin Bolton will deal with questions of overshadowing in his evidence, but the summary is that the proposals have a minimal impact, and the space retains full BRE compliance in terms of very good levels of sunlight. We talked about the form and proportion of the tall buildings, and again, it's noteworthy that in these views from Old Paradise Gardens, you see them on their slender edge. They're oriented to maximise light, both to the Whitgift Street properties and to indeed Old Paradise Gardens beyond. You see just on the left of the eastern building, the low-rise bustle. So that building has a transition piece that follows the scale of the Whitgift Street terrace that I described previously. So we're going to walk through Old Paradise Gardens and to Whitgift Street. And I was describing our aspiration for Whitgift Street to be a residential, quiet residential street. And you'll see the relationship of scale that we discussed on the walk around the site last week. Just as we're making that approach, you glimpse the eastern building, red brick building, across the viaduct on this line of approach. And again, it's visibility for us a benefit to encourage people to cross the viaduct and explore Newport Street. So this is that bustle, the sort of low-rise transition piece at the base of the eastern building, the Whitgift Street terrace, and beyond it, the second of the two tall buildings. In this view, we can see, come to the proposed, the opening to the new route through to the central square, which is where we're going to walk next. This is affordable rent, family accommodation in the terrace. It's scale, ground plus 2 stories, setting back 2 times with landscape terraces on the upper levels. We believe that this edge to the street makes an appropriate response to the residential in Whitgift Street opposite. The red brick building is the workshop. Again, it's coloration referencing South Bank building, which you see through the proposed eastern garden that we're forming at the eastern end of the central site. And this garden walk that we're traversing now will be lined by workshops on both sides of the street, and that supports small and medium sized enterprise. I guess to stand in the same spot, you'd be within the workshop building. So that's the view that we want to create on this central site. And we'll walk past those workshops to finish this route in Central Square. But as we do, we'll see the obelisk relocated onto the central site, acting as a marker really to guide you as you move from the east and west. There's a residential entrance lobby for the apartments in this building, and then beyond it, the cafe on the High Street. The other side of Lambeth High Street at this point is the hotel lobby, and that provides again further active frontage onto the street, and we're finally getting a glimpsed view through to the Albert Embankment, sort of looking the opposite way from the way that we came. So the view today, the long blank inactive frontages I referenced in earlier evidence, and then the lobby as proposed. Finally, I wanted to walk down Newport Street, if I might, and this will be a journey that takes us past Damien Hirst's Newport Street Gallery to Black Prince Road, Vauxhall Walk, and finally to finish on an aerial view. So merging under the viaduct to Peter St. John's Sterling Award-winning gallery for Damien Hirst, the Newport Street Gallery, and our proposals for the east side are visible beyond the Beaconsfield Gallery to the south in this view. I think we're keen, both through the museum, the gallery in this building, and the space for creative businesses on the main site, to reinforce an emerging cultural cluster here at North Lambeth. And I think particularly the concentration of galleries on Newport Street will be a good legacy from these proposals. We're not directly adjacent to the former Ragged School, the Beaconsfield Gallery. There's a Network Rail car park between our two sites. So it meant that we couldn't put windows on this flank elevation, but you'll see that we've taken some care to detail the flank wall with a similar pattern of brick arches and recessed window openings with open balconies on either side, so that the building is richly textured in these approach views down Newport Street. As we approach the Beaconsfield Gallery, you see that the base of this of our proposals has a tall double height series of arches that fronts onto a curved elevation that draws back from the junction between Newport Street and Black Prince Road. And behind those curved arches, we are creating the gallery space. This is, you'll recognise from the site visit, the Beaconsfield Gallery, and our proposals in that context. The red brick coloration also references South Bank House and the sort of warehouse building further along Black Prince Road that it represents. Generally, this is affordable rental family accommodation, 3 residential units per floor, all of them dual aspect. And now at the base you see the entrance to the building in the first arch, and then the second arches give you the view to the exhibition gallery itself. Nice generous double height space. The architecture is robust and weighty. We emphasize the mass of the elevation facade through a series of brick arches at both the base first and topmost floors, and you see the coloration relationship to South Bank House. We'll walk down Black Prince Road so one has a better appreciation of the building in its wider context. Beyond South Bank House on the left, you glimpse then 81 Black Prince Road, and the pubs I mentioned before along this road. I think we'll retrace our steps to go back to Vauxhall Walk. You notice on the top of this building there's a garden. I'll show a detail of that, but in common with actually each of the proposals across the 3 sites, we are proposing roof gardens to green that space. That's a communal garden for residents within the building. So I'm walking south along Vauxhall Walk, looking back along Newport Street. The building's curved frontage sets back from the edge of the site, and what that creates is a generous pavement and a space to enjoy views into the gallery. Pedlar's Park, another important green space adjacent to the site, is coming into view on the left, and beyond it you see the 2 tall buildings proposed on the central site. And then you also see the flank of 81 Black Prince Road. I hope this is showing reasonably smoothly.
It's very clear.
Is that all right?
I'm
Great.
concerned, Mr. Pilbro, and I hope for everybody else.
Very good. Thank you. So I think we might then just sort of see the overall proposals in their wider context. I guess it's perhaps worth noting that as we come further down Vauxhall Walk, there are already some substantial residential buildings to the east. I think 11 and 12 stories, and then the Graphite Square inquiry, which I think will be referred to over the coming weeks, is just a little bit further south, and those two are buildings of scale, as I think I'll show you. So these are the existing, I think, local authority housing, and then as we sort of draw back, you'll see the Graphite Square buildings also. So to some extent, this building makes a relationship to those existing buildings, and now you'll see the Graphite Square proposals coming into view. And I think as we pull up, you'll probably have a better sense then of the overall form of the cluster. Excellent. Now, guide me. I have some more detailed slides to look at, for example, a listed building, but you might want to pause.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's 1:45. I was going to suggest to Mr. Pilbrow that he takes us to, I think, just four of the remaining slides, rather than takes you through each of them. All of the material, as I've said, is already in front of the inquiry for another 10-15 minutes, and that should complete the evidence in chief. Is that acceptable?
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Then we'll take a break for lunch and questions from Mr. Ball after lunch.
Super. I think, Mr. Pilbrow, you'll have to, when you regain control of the slides in their basic form, you'll have to click through, but just click through and people can see the images as we go to the first of the pages that I'd like to ask you about.
Right.
So I'll just give you a moment to...
Give me a moment, I'm just getting my technology, which has been perfect today. I just need to get it to run. Let me just unshare and share again. That may be the fly in the oyster.
Fly in the oyster. That's a very good one. It's like the world's your lobster from. Minder, isn't it? Minder. World's your lobster.
I'm so sorry about this.
Don't worry.
I will be with you in a short moment. It's just reopening. I think the films may have thrown the PowerPoint off, but great. Great, thank you for your patience. Let me go to... I'm hoping you're seeing a brown slide saying part 2 of the proposals.
Not yet. No, not yet.
Let me share that again.
Aha.
Let me do that one more time.
There we go.
Excellent. Thank you for your patience. I do apologize.
Not at all. If you wouldn't mind just clicking through
the
next few, I won't give you a page number, just click through the next few slides.
Yeah.
There's the land uses, then there's your sketch from the
desk.
Yeah.
Well, I thought maybe just helpful to provide a little technical detail of the land use and then internal planning of the elements within the proposal. So in total, we're going to deliver a little under 71,000 square meters of accommodation across 8 buildings, which I guess in aggregate deliver a new fire station, the London Fire Brigade Museum, a hotel of up to 200 rooms, 443 new homes, of which 172 are affordable. Furthermore, we're going to provide space for retail, leisure and galleries, and office space, which across the 3 sites will support a total of 1,264 jobs, and obviously further employment during construction.
Right. If you wouldn't, sorry, Mr. Pilbrow, just stay with me because we've seen,
of course,
had a look at these before. If you wouldn't mind, just keep going through without commenting for the moment, and just carry on through the section. Then you've got your spaces and the sketch, which we're seeing. Keep going. Well, that one zooms, and then you've got the point about the Lawson criteria the inspector will have seen, and some points about where the sun falls that Mr. Bolton is going to come back on. And I just wanted to focus on the next one after that one. It's the ground floor of the fire station. Just click on one, would you?
Yeah. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, we can see there, obviously, the fire station's operational part, the new building, the drill yard, the drill tower. Just say a word with you, would you, by reference to this image, about the museum? Because we've had some comment in the evidence, haven't we, about the layout and the shape and so on of the museum.
Yes. Well, actually, I think interestingly, the museum and the fire station are importantly linked, and they're linked in terms of visitor experience. So we were standing in the appliance bays, and the 3 southern appliance bays you can see in the orange on my diagram house a permanent exhibition of historic fire appliances, and you get views through that glass screen to the live appliance bays of the fire station, and I think it's an unusual and I think very powerful feature, and it underscores the brigade's aspiration that the museum should be in the service of fire safety messaging as well as education and information. So the two are strongly linked. I could perhaps show 1 or 2 slides on the museum if that was helpful. Again, I think if it's of interest, and we can come back to it in cross-examination if it is, some of the detail of the fire brigade itself, which I think Andy Rowe will deal with.
Yes.
And I'm very happy to answer questions on that if that's useful about its design. Certainly, it's been a very carefully evolved design to meet their operational requirements. The museum itself also has come out of a long collaboration of working with the curatorial team at the museum. I think we both see very significant potential for the London Fire Brigade Museum, and you look to something like the London Transport Museum, which I think to some extent is an analogous way of telling stories about London's history, and you can see these are the relative visitor numbers. So there must be very, very significant potential here.
Okay. Is this part of the 4 that you wanted to look at, Mr. Warren, or is this?
It is. I just wanted to thank you. So I just wanted to come on. If you would keep going through, Mr. Pilbrow, and I'll just pause you when you get to the next one I wanted to ask you about. There's a few on from there. That's the cluster, the programme.
This is a little how the building is organised. Is that useful?
Yeah. No, keep going. 1 more. Sorry, a couple more till we get to the. Keep going. Just pause there. Where you have an illustration of the gallery, and then through the light well atrium, if you like, we can see another space, can't we, at the back?
Yes.
What's that?
That's part of the curatorial team's offices and research offices. And I think one of the things they wanted was to make the operation of the museum manifest for visitors. I think if I can show you another view. So the idea is that beyond the gallery spaces, beyond the atrium that lights the temporary gallery, you can see some of the workings of the team in the museum.
Thank you. And then your next slides, keep going, are detailed points about the listed building, which I want to come to one on. If you go, please, to Millbank, that one, Millbank Night. We had a night view in passing, didn't we, in the walkthroughs?
Yes.
Where you showed the before and after.
Yeah.
I just wonder whether you spend a moment on effect of, firstly, the glazed elevation to the top 2 floors at night.
Yes. Well, I believe the glazed lantern we proposed is very positive, because I think one of its roles is to act as a beacon for the regeneration being brought forward on the 8 Albert Embankment site. I think it's important to draw visitors to the South Bank, and we look at, for example, the Oxo Tower restaurant, or indeed the Tate Modern, to see that the high-level public access is cherished and is a big part of the success and vitality of these areas. Architecturally, I think it emphasizes at night more strongly even than during the day the contrast between the robust, heavy and durable structure of the listed facade and the delicate, almost ethereal qualities of the glazed lantern. And I think that contrast is architecturally appropriate, and I think it preserves the identity of the listed building and extends its presence on the river frontage.
Thank you. Now, if you wouldn't mind just whizzing through a few more until I ask you to pause. Keep going through those details, through the hotel, and then we have the employment provision on the central site. It's the images that we've seen before.
The affordable employment and some of the details of the office elevations, and then we come to the residential provision.
Yep. Accessibility, the terrace that we've looked at, those elevations that Mr. Bolton will come back to. Then we begin to get some illustration of the materiality. Bottom right-hand corner, we can see some materials that are on an existing building that you're referencing.
It's a precedent. One of my favourite buildings, Balaga's Holland House in the City of London. And we were in discussion with Mike Dunn at Historic England, reviewing the impact of the proposals in long distance views from Parliament Hill and Primrose Hill. And Mike felt that this pale grey-green coloration, which was one of a number of options we were exploring, he felt this was particularly successful. I think not only in those long-distance views, but also in relationship to the listed building, because I think there's a certain kind of restraint, a subtlety in this cool coloration. So Holland House is a precedent for us in terms of the materiality of the exterior of the building.
Thank you. So the other one I wanted to show the inspector and others at this point is just putting that in the context of those longer distance views from the north. Yeah. If you go through to your images taken a few days ago, on Primrose Hill.
So I'm just to say that I like the inspector. I took a chance to revisit. I think went on the Sunday before last to Primrose Hill, and you can see perhaps as a product of the lockdown, but there were a lot of people up there enjoying that view. And this is me at the viewing plaque, looking towards the World Heritage Site. You do need to zoom in, I think, really to appreciate the full detail, but I think you get here the Victoria Tower on the right of this image, and of course the Elizabeth Tower at the moment is rather less easy to appreciate because it's covered with scaffolding, but sure. you get that relationship.
Just keep going, would you, Mr. Bill, through to the 4A.2 LVMF view that you give us. The pages further on.
Let me do that. My system is. Yes, so this is 4A.2, or rather more professionally photographed than I managed in the existing condition, and this is the proposed. You might say I'm struggling to see the difference. What I would say, I think if we zoom in, you'll see, but let me do that again for you. You can see the difference. That is the existing. And if you're focused on the World Heritage Site at the center of this view, you can, I think, discern the change. We can zoom into that, indeed did zoom into that, to the TVIA. This is a 6-time zoom, so there's a level of detail that you can't appreciate with the unaided human eye. But what you see clearly is that, as was described, the 2 tall buildings on the central site, seen behind the Westminster Tower in the foreground. That's the structure you see immediately adjacent to the Victoria Tower. They sit below the ridgeline of the Surrey Hills beyond, and they don't in any way interfere with the finials of the Victoria Tower. That cool green-grey coloration I described earlier aids their recessive qualities. They are a subtle presence in the backdrop of those views, and I believe in no way damage the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site.
Thank you. And just finally, if you go on, would you please, to the other view, just explain to the inspector what he's seeing in your images. Keep going.
Yeah, so I mean, this was just the Parliament Hill LVMF view 2B1, and again, the inspector, you'll have seen this when you went there. It's perhaps a less obvious point to view. This is actually underneath the tree in this image, and I was there for about an hour and a half, and actually nobody stopped at the view. I don't think that's to decry the view. It's simply to say we ought to put a plaque there so that someone knows to look. The view itself, obviously, is being selected because it's the one point, I think, on the slope of Parliament Hill where you can see the 3 towers of the World Heritage Site: the Elizabeth Tower, the Central Lantern, and the Victoria Tower. This is the existing view, and this is our proposal. Again, probably with the naked eye, you would I'll go back, you might have trouble in discerning the impact on the view, and perhaps it's trouble that's exacerbated by the fact that the tree in the foreground has rather grown to obscure part of the Elizabeth Tower. I'll zoom in here, and what you can see clearly is that we stay outside the important space between the 3 towers, or the 3 elements of the World Heritage Site I mentioned. Our building is set to the left of the Elizabeth Tower, and again, I think in no way disturbs your ability to recognise the building, or indeed damage in any sense the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site.
Great. Mr. Pilbrow, I think we should draw stumps there. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and again, apologise for our technical issues this morning. We're learning on the inquiry process.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pilbrow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that. Lot of information, a lot of technical wizardry, and we've come a long way from all clustering around a model in a council chamber. But and I think that's
nostalgic.
That's been very helpful. Thank you. We'll take a break there. Mr. Ball, you're ready to ask questions. I suggest we come back at 2 o'clock.
Great.
You're ready with your questions, Mr. Ball?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I may have a few questions, but that's great. Are there any housekeeping matters that have come up this morning? Okay, well, we'll break now until 2 o'clock, and then we'll hear from you, Mr. Ball, with your questions. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
I just say it's very, very important that during cross-examination you're not in contact with any members of your team or with Mr. Warren, and that applies to all witnesses during cross-examination. Again, I should have perhaps made that clear in opening, but to avoid any suggestion of unfairness or coaching or anything like that.
Of course.
So just
can I ask a question? If I wanted to refer to an image, is it acceptable to share an image with the inquiry, or do you want it to only be words? I don't mind. Guide me.
Well, subject to what Mr. Ball has to say, I would be happy if it's helpful to share images, and it may be that Mr. Ball would like to refer to images himself. Right. So if you can actually put them on screen, that would be helpful.
Okay. Well, you've seen my technical prowess, so just relax.
Well, yes, I think it was I'm moderately impressed, I'd say, with your technical prowess. So.
I wasn't. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Michael.
Right, Mr. Ball, please.
Thank you, sir. Just what I'm going to run through is some housekeeping. The topics will be public realm, tall buildings, some local views and townscape, some questions about the listed building, and some questions about design principles.
Great.
On the housekeeping, first of all, I just want to be clear. Mr. Millet is going to answer questions about heritage views and such things. Is that right? I want to get the division between your evidence and Mr. Millet's in terms of what the appropriate questions to ask.
Right. Well, I think as Mr. Warren outlined this morning, Michael, we have worked very closely together from the outset of this project in late 2015. So Chris and I hope, are familiar with the heritage issues. I will endeavour to help you where I can, and I'll refer to Dr. Mealy where I think it appropriate.
I think the main bulk of the heritage evidence should be put to Dr. Mealy, but if I'm sure Mr. Pilbrow will help if he can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, there's just a few errors in your proof, factual errors, I suggest, and the ones I'll go through briefly. Figure 34, which is on page 20 of your proof.
Bear with me a moment. I have that, yes, the site's relationship to VNEB and Waterloo OAPFs.
Yes, the maps for you're shown the OAPFs, the two OAPFs, Waterloo and Vauxhall, in a sort of yellowing colour. What is my printer? They're not correct. The Vauxhall OAPF follows the railway line at the northern end and Newport Street. Rather than slinking over to what's New China Walk Estate and Lambeth Road, and a strip of stuff along that whole eastern boundary isn't part of the OAPF. And similarly with the Waterloo, it stretches down to take in St Thomas's Hospital right the way down to the Campanile. It misses out Archbishop's Park and the Palace Gardens,
right?
Takes in a little bit of Royal Street and so on. It goes up, it includes the station to Baylis Road. It's a very different shape and much more extensive than you've got here. And in fact, the space between the two opportunity areas is very small. It is Archbishop's Park and Lambeth Palace and the buildings around there.
Michael, that's a helpful clarification, and I guess it reinforces my view that this site can play a role in connecting the two OAPFs together. But I'll make sure that we update this image following your very helpful guidance. Thank you.
On that same map, you've got Kiva boundary, but I can't see it actually. So in the key, it says Kiva boundary, but it's not there on the map as far as I can see.
I think the print is rather pale, isn't it? The Kiva boundary should be referred to later in my evidence. I'll see if I can find a reference for you. Yes, I think it's alluded to on page 30, figure 50, at least the Kiva boundary as it relates to our site, Michael. I think there may be a
30. Yes, that's part of it. Yes. That's part of it, and as you say, it relates to the site, but not all of it. Okay, and then figure 38, conservation areas.
Yeah.
Again, this is wrong. Old Paradise Gardens, for example, is in the Lambeth Palace conservation area. So
Yes.
this site abuts the Lambeth Palace conservation area and sits inside the Albert Embankment conservation area.
I think this was something that Doug Black kindly pointed out to us on our site visit, and I have actually showed this morning a slide of the conservation areas. You may have noticed, and we corrected that error. Help me. The conservation area obviously includes Old Paradise Gardens, but is separated from Whitgift Street by Whitgift House and 2 Whitgift Street. Is that correct?
Yes, all the buildings are not in those residential buildings you referred to are not in the conservation area. The conservation area of Lambeth Palace.
Thank you.
The High Street is and Old Paradise Gardens.
Excellent. Thank you.
And a bit of Old Paradise Street. Okay, and then figure 42. Got to find it in mine.
Site-wide green spaces.
Yes, I strangely can't find it in mine. Oh, there it is. Yes, figure
Page
42.
53.
Now, what's bizarre here is that Archbishop's Park is not shown. What's shown in green is the Palace, Lambeth Palace Gardens, but beside it is Archbishop's Park, which is an 8-hectare park, the biggest park in this whole north part of Lambeth. So
Fair omission. I will correct that. Thank you.
It's this is actually there's a number of pockets of green space here in this area, considerable number of small pockets of green space, and Archbishop's Park is, for the area, pretty large. The heights of the towers on 3.11, you've given the heights of the towers there, but on 5.67, you've given a different heights for the towers. And
maybe a confusion between AOD and absolute height. And just to say that the AOD heights at the site is about plus 4.5. So if you want to get the height, you need to subtract about 4.5 meters from the AOD value.
They both say AOD.
Right.
So what I would really want to know is which one is the right one.
Right. Give me the 2 references. I got 311.
311, and the other one is 5.67.
Let me confirm the height of the buildings are 84 and 78 meters, and I think the number that we have in the earlier reference is the correct one, i.e. 88 meters AOD. Yeah, so I believe that 5.67 is incorrect. And the absolute height of the towers are correctly stated in 3.11, which is 88.62 and 81.64. And I think if I take away 4.5, I get approximate heights of 84 and 78 meters, and both therefore below the 90-meter height suggested in the.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. At 3, that's helpful actually, because I'll come back to that, to the heights. Obviously, we talk about tall buildings. 3.19 of your proof. You talk about Rapids Road. I've never heard of Rapids Road. It sounds like a Bruce Springsteen song, but I don't know what this is you're referring to.
I'm afraid that's Black Prince Road, and I can only defend myself with words helpful spelling suggestion. So I apologise. That South Bank House, as I think Michael you'll be very familiar with, is at the corner of Black Prince Road and Lambeth High Street.
Yes, right. Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
It may have suggested that as a slightly more racy address, but it's an incorrect one.
We're using
word for my sins, yeah.
Yeah. Now, figure 63.60 to 68, which you included in your presentation this morning.
Figure 63. Oh yes, the 68. Yes.
It's the sorry, I can't find mine now. All right, here we are. Now, Whitgift House, ground floor, windows east as existing, and west, you say, as existing. Whitgift House faces, the windows face north and south. They don't face east and west.
Let me clarify. What we're looking here is the view out. You're absolutely right. They face south. I'm taking the east and western ground floor windows of Whitgift House. So the one east is obviously the one closest to Newport Street, and the one west closest to Lambeth High Street. And it's rather small, Michael, but there's a little key plan down on the lower right of those images. If I can ask you to look at figure 63, do you see that there's an image there? Ground floor window east is existing, and there's a little red line. That's the view out of that window.
I can't see the line, but I've got a little tiny printed out version.
Okay, but it's there.
That's fine. Now I understand why you're referring to east and west. I was very puzzled by that. And in your presentation, you talked about native land, the native land appeal in 2014. It wasn't. The appeal was in early 2013.
I see.
The history is that it was submitted in 2010. And it was refused in December 2011, and the appeal was heard in February, I think, February or March of 2013. And that's important because the local plan then started its revisions, and it published the first version of its, well, sorry, it wasn't its revisions, it was the first local plan, bringing together the core strategy and the saved policies from the UDP. And that followed immediately after the inquiry and subsumed effectively the inquiry's findings. Okay, thanks for going through those.
Could I ask that a note is put in that clarifies and corrects where necessary those points, Mr. Pilbrow?
Yes, indeed. I'll make an update and record those helpful comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, let's go to public realm. It's the space between the buildings. Public realm's an odd phrase. It's one that architects use, and indeed I think we all use, and you sort of vaguely understand what it means, but it's not planning speak. Open space is the designation, and there isn't any open space proposed on this site, but there is lots of good open space close by. In Old Paradise Gardens and in Pedlar's Park and further away in Archbishop's Park. So there's no, I mean, it would be completely wrong to put open space on this site in our view. But the key thing is about the public realm. You put lots of green on the roofs and the balconies, and I'm quite impressed. But you still don't meet the UPG, the urban greening requirement. So if we could turn to CDP6, which is the London Plan IEP. We intend to publish London Plan CDP6. And it's policy G5 on page 363. And it's A, major development proposals should contribute to the greening of London by including urban greening as a fundamental element of site and building design, and by incorporating measures such as high quality landscaping, including trees, green roofs, green walls, and nature-based sustainable drainage. And then B, boroughs should develop an urban greening factor to identify the appropriate amount of urban greening required in new developments, The urban greening factor should be based on the factors set out in table 8.2, but tailored to local circumstances. In the interim, and this is a new policy, this is brand new to the London Plan, and it's a great step forward. So this must have been new to you while you're in the middle of designing this. But in the interim, the Mayor recommends a target score of 0.4 for developments that are predominantly residential and a target score of 0.3 for predominantly commercial development. Now, if we turn to CDG9E, CDG9E is your analysis using the matrix in the London Plan intend to publish for this urban greening factor, and I understand it was requested by the GLA. They, in their stage 1 report, they were unhappy about this, and they've signed it off as a result of the work you've done here. So there's no quibble from them on this. But the score, which is right at the bottom of that first page of CDG9E, is 0.1. The target is 0.3 or 0.4, depending on residential or commercial. And you only managed 0.1. So why is that?
Thanks, Michael, for the question. I mean, as you mentioned, the urban greening factor is a new policy, and we're, I believe, making a very substantial contribution to increasing biodiversity and landscape on a site that today has no public access and no ecological value whatsoever. You note, and I'm grateful for your approbation, that we are greening the majority of the roof terraces on all 3 sites, actually, and that contributes to that green score. Some of the roofs we're not greening, we've got photovoltaic cells on, so we're doing renewable energy with them, but there are balances that we need to strike. We have a new public realm, to use that perhaps contested term, and that public realm at 2,084 square meters is about 4 times more than the previous inquiry scheme. And yet you'll notice it's not lawned. We're not greening all of that space. And that, Michael, was my judgment about where that space would contribute to the quality of the neighborhood and the new buildings that we're creating. So we've worked with Robert Townsend, who's a brilliant landscape architect. You can go to King's Cross to see the quality of his work. And Robert and I felt that those ground floor spaces, because they're going to be very intensively used, will probably be more appropriately urban in their character rather than greened. We do have planters in there. We have 12 street trees. So it will feel a lot greener than it does today, but it's not going to be a park. And I don't think that's an appropriate use for this site. Jason Travers, I think, in his evidence has referenced the score that we achieved in the urban greening factor. You'll note in Mr. Warren's opening remarks that the GLA have supported this scheme. It's their policy. I think they appear satisfied with our contributions in this area.
Indeed, the GLA have signed off the application. But it isn't about creating green open space. The urban green policy is about making urban places green, and you have tried. I'm not suggesting that you haven't tried. I'm puzzled as to why that score is as it is. The obvious thing is that you've got a lot of buildings on the site, and it's actually the biggest piece of space is that's open in aspect is the what's left of the drill yard, but you couldn't possibly seriously green that. You've got greening on the balconies, but not on the yard itself. Possible that they will refine the scoring method, GLA, but either they've got too high a bar for what's expected, or this simply isn't meeting the standard that we are expecting to get in the 2020s in London. And I think that I suggest, I put it to you, that it's to do with the volume of land that you've used for building. You said there's 2,084 square meters of. Do you know how much space there is there now that isn't built on? How much?
I now know to call it the 2013 inquiry scheme, and thank you, Michael, for that correction. That produced 576 square meters, and they basically recreated.
Sorry, that wasn't the question I was asking.
No, I'm about to tell you. If you bear with me. That recreated the open space on the central site. So the service yard in front of the workshop building is their public realm contribution. So I can tell you that that is 576 square meters. I don't have a measure to hand of the spaces on the unbuilt gap site to the east, but I think clearly within an urban context, that gap site is unfortunate, I think, in urban terms. And you rightly allude to the drill yard. Well, I can confirm that for operational reasons, we can't green that because the fire brigade are using it for their fire appliances and training. So that wouldn't unfortunately be available for contribution to your urban greening factor.
Well, we have measured it, and we measured it as 3,798 square meters of space in the drill yard and the space in front of the workshop building, and indeed the space at the back of the workshop building, which was used by the temporary users. It was a very useful piece of space for them to fabricate things and to do a bit of greening. So it's considerably more than you've managed, and that's what I suggest is why the UFG factor is so low. Moving on.
Is that a question, Michael? Or a statement?
Yeah,
you're quite right.
Putting questions, you've got to let Mr. Pilbrow respond.
Okay. If it's a question, I would respond to say, no, I do not regard the disposition of open space on the site at the moment as successful architecturally or in urban design terms. I think you have a lot of what's called residual space. I don't think it's well activated. I don't think it's well disposed in relation to built form. And I think it contributes to the very poor quality of the public realm on the site today.
Thank you. And my apologies, I'm obviously not used to doing this, so I occasionally slip into.
Nor me, Michael. We're both in the same boat.
I will try to make questions.
That's fine, but I mean the basic rule is you put questions, but if you do put a question, then Mr. Pilbrow has to be allowed to comment. So,
yes.
Yeah, to respond.
Can you put the slide up, Mr. Pilbrow, of the fire station? You had the fire station showing it cut away, so what it was like at ground, and it was you could see the buildings behind. It was a lovely image. I think it's in your proof, actually.
I think I will endeavour to little like I'm doing two things at once, and of course the danger is I'll do them both badly. But I'm going to both try and find the slide you are. So this is the view of the fire station from Lambeth High Street. And I'm also
it's in the air. It was a view from above.
Oh, I see. Okay, bear with me.
That you put in your presentation.
What I'm going to do is share.
And it was as if the building wasn't there, so you could see the ground floor of the fire station.
Yes, sorry, Michael. Bear with me a moment. I will get that. And thank you for your
looking at the hard copy. It's the proof. It's on page 83. Yeah. I think this image at the foot of page 83 of Mr. Pilbrow's evidence.
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly the one. So don't worry about it.
It's coming, Michael.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. I hope that's the right image, Michael. Yes.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Now, what I was interested in there was the shadow of the buildings, and particularly on the space, on what you call the central garden, which you can see.
Yes.
The central square.
Yeah.
That's in shadow. If we turn to CDA 10.2.14, got the full shadow study there of your sites, the sites. So CDA 10.2.14, chapter 14. It's part of the environmental assessment.
Right. Yeah.
And on page 222, actually I can't get mine up. I'm going to have to go on from memory here, unless you could.
No. I definitely don't ask me to do it. It's my absolute technical limit to get this drawing up that we've got on the screen.
Okay, well that's all right. Keep the image up, and we'll.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's the shadow study, and it's on page 227, and it shows winter to start with, when virtually all of the spaces, the central square and the central garden, are in shadow throughout the day. In summer, it's not quite so bad, but I haven't got because I haven't got it to hand. I can't give you the hours, but I think at 4 o'clock, the shadow goes across. 4 o'clock in the afternoon or summer goes across the central square, and it's there earlier in the day.
Yeah.
So just about this public realm, because you quite rightly have made a lot of this public realm as an important benefit.
Yeah.
How beneficial is it going to be if it's in shadow? And
you asked a very good question. Do you want me to respond? The BRE publishes guidance on public space, Michael, as you're probably aware, and they set as a target that 50% of a public space should receive 2 hours of sunlight on March the 21st. Both South Square and Central Square comfortably passed that test, and I think actually, as the image on the screen shows us, that they're getting very, very good. They're getting very good light. The Garden Walk, which is set to the north of the workplace building, doesn't meet that criteria. But I think as a transitional space, I don't think that's particularly of concern. I'm concerned that where we draw, for example, people sitting and having a coffee in the cafe, for example, in Central Square, they're in a space that's not only sunny, but is also calm, and it's an appropriate environment for those activities. But the full information is being provided in the environmental statement, and I think you see that the microclimate conditions for the public spaces are appropriate.
So I just want to be clear. So are you saying that the public spaces that are in shadow don't meet the BRE guidance?
Yes,
they are still public realm and they are usable, but they don't meet the BRE guidance.
Correct. The South Square and Central Square and the Eastern Garden, the triangular garden that I showed this morning, all meet the BRE criteria.
Okay.
The Garden Walk, which is the east-west route that runs through the middle of the site, which, as I described, as a transitional space, isn't a sunny space, and we're not suggesting that people would sit out and have a coffee in that space. It's a perfectly nice space. I think I showed you an image of it, and there are many good examples in central London of similar scale spaces, but the sunny spaces are the squares.
That brings me to a very interesting point. The comparators with other open spaces. We did a cookie cutter and sort of tried to see where that central space, what it would fit in. Parliament View, which is the curved building on the corner of the roundabout, the new curved building, has a piece of open space that's about the same size as Central Space, Central Square. Do you know any other comparators in central London of a space of this size, with a successful public realm of this size, with a 89-metre high tower bang on it?
I suppose one might look at the Economist Plaza off St James, which is a rather handsome elevated garden space. The tall buildings that frame that, probably not exactly this height, but they show you that there's a nice space. Probably one that's closer in terms of the scale, both of the building itself and of the space, would be Lloyd's Registry of Shipping in the City of London. It's a Graham Stirk design. Graham's an architect I admire. It's built within a conservation area, and it's a rather handsome courtyard garden that you come through the busy network of city streets.
Okay, thank you. I will visit those. Very
Great.
helpful. I was looking at National Theatre Square and things like that, but that's good.
National Theatre Square, Michael, does that have a? You're looking at the Doon Street building on the National.
No. The square outside the National Theatre, where they occasionally have performances and things. And at the moment, they've got
It's
ice
a nice
cream
place,
vans.
but it doesn't have a tall building next
No,
to it
no,
at
it
the
doesn't.
moment. I think one is consented, is it not? The Doon Street,
Yes.
the Davison building on that side.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that doesn't have that doesn't have a space next to it. You talk about that space as being a sort of calm space, plaza, but it's got a road going right across it. There are no cars in your picture, I can see, but there is a road going right across it, and fire engines will be coming through, and white vans, and in fact, when we went for the site visit, it was really quite unpleasant. How does that square?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Is it possible to have good public space at the edge of a vehicular route? And I think I'd point to a couple of examples that come to mind as we talk about this, and I hadn't thought about it beforehand, but you've got St Christopher's Place in Oxford Street. You may recall it's one of those little oasis spaces off Oxford Street. It's one of those places you can go and rest after the frenzy of shopping. And that has James Street, I think from memory, running at the edge of it. And a similar relationship, I think, of cafes that spill out into a pedestrianised area with
St Christopher's
Place. Do you know that?
It's entirely pedestrianised.
No, there's a road that runs along its western edge,
Okay.
and forms the third edge. At the top of King's Road, there's also a rather bigger scale public space, which has the King's Road itself running along its edge. Indeed, if you think about public spaces in London, whether you go to the Trafalgar Square or Leicester Square, it's difficult to find one that doesn't have vehicles at least one edge and sometimes more.
Well,
now,
yes,
what we've done, just to finish though, because I think it's really an important point, and it's a very good point, because if this was a high-speed road, I do agree with you, it would degrade the quality of what we're offering. So we've invested in suggesting a shared surface on Lambeth High Street. We've got a cobbled finish to the road, and what that's, I think, telling vehicles is that this is a space where pedestrians have equal priority to vehicles. It also makes the road easier to cross for both ambulant and wheelchair users, and I think it will moderate speeds along Lambeth High Street. But in summary, I think it'll be a successful space, and we're fully aware there will be vehicles at one edge of it.
Okay, it was the calmness that I was worrying about. But anyway, I noticed in your proof you've been the chair of the design review panel.
Yes.
In West London somewhere, wasn't it?
In Hammersmith and Fulham.
Hammersmith,
I'm allowed to say that at this inquiry.
Yes. In Hammersmith and Fulham. Has this scheme gone through a design review panel?
No, and for me that's a disappointment. I mean, we've reviewed it very closely with Lambeth and the GLA, both of whom have capable design and heritage officers. I'm a great believer in design review. It's why I take time to chair Hammersmith and Fulham's design review. And I think, I would have been very happy to have presented this to a panel should we have been asked to do so by either the Lambeth or the GLA. As I say, it's had a lot of scrutiny. I think it's a good scheme, and I'd certainly be very comfortable presenting it design review. But no, we haven't had that opportunity on this project.
Because Lambeth do have a design review panel process, don't they? And I know other schemes that have had 2 or 3 rounds of the design review panel. But
That possibly might be a question for our colleagues at Lambeth. Yeah.
And but you did have a meeting or meetings with the strategic review panel, which is very different. It's councillors and officers. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, a series of meetings. I can't tell you the exact number, but I would have thought 4 potentially, running from 2016 up to 2019.
Right, and so that's council members and officers.
Yes.
Responding to it in a strategic way.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Let's turn to tall buildings, and if you could do that trick of removing the Westminster Tower, you would get a huge round of applause from most people in the area, which is bulky and unpleasant. So, and it is a tall building, of course. You talked about the cluster of tall buildings, the one of the along Albert Embankment.
Yeah.
One of them being 96 meters. You said was significantly higher than yours. That's only 7 meters higher, isn't it?
Well, you very helpfully draw me back to clarifications of height. So just the 96 measure, Michael, this is to the Dumont building. This is the Walker architects design at the centre of the Berkeley St James cluster of 3 tall buildings. That 96 meters is the height of the building, and our equivalent figure would be 84 meters for the western one and 78 meters for the one to the east. Again, remembering this 4.5 meter AOD. So how much taller is 96 and 84?
12.
Now, yeah, 12 exactly. Now, is that significant? I guess that's a value judgment, but that's the difference between the two. Some 3 stories, I guess, in height. 3 or 4, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. This you referred quite a few times to the Albert Embankment cluster, and I just wanted to clarify here, because there is a lot of talk of cluster in the VNEB, but it's that is the Vauxhall 9 Elms Battersea Opportunity Area Planning Framework. But in that it refers to the cluster as being at Vauxhall Cross. That's the focus of the cluster. Perhaps if we turned to the VNEB, which I don't have the number for, the CD number to hand. Anybody could help? Let's see, here we are. Sorry, I'm getting the...
It's P2, I think.
P2. Yeah. Now I've got to get mine. So page 118 of this, there's figure 8.3. This is a document produced in 2012. It was first draft was in 2009, and it was adopted in 2012. So it scrolls to page 120 for me, but it's actually 116 in the now, right, but keep moving. 8.3 is on, yes, on page 118. 8.3. And there, under the 8.3, it talks about the emerging cluster at Vauxhall. And then it talks about the Albert Embankment further down. So the second bullet point, for example, says the scale, appearance and form of the emerging cluster at Vauxhall. And the 4th bullet point says the scale and appearance of tall buildings on Albert Embankment. So they're quite different things. But you did refer to the Albert Embankment cluster. In what sense is it a cluster?
I think for me it was about the interrelationship between tall buildings. So clearly we're working in a context where tall buildings are a part of the existing urban context. We've got, I mentioned the 3 Berkeley St James buildings on the Albert Embankment just upstream of us. We have 81 Black Prince Road, and it hasn't disappeared in reality, the Westminster Tower to the north of us. So we're set between tall buildings north and south and east and west of us. It felt to me architecturally that our site had a contribution to make to defining a balanced and well-ordered silhouette to that local group. I absolutely acknowledge that there is a larger cluster to the south of our site at Vauxhall, but it doesn't feel to me that that context tells us very much about our site and its design. I think more importantly, more tangibly, and more beneficially, we would relate to those neighbouring tall buildings in the sense of skyline and cluster. And I think I referenced this morning the VNEB's guidance about avoiding a wall of development. So they I think seek to develop the grouping of tall buildings that's clearly anticipated in that policy, develop that grouping as something that has depth and I take from that desire for a space around the tall buildings, a wall of development suggesting they're all agglomerating, and we want to create light and air between the tall buildings that are proposed. It's not, I would acknowledge, formally defined as a cluster. I think I, as an architect, am looking to respond to my context.
Well, it's interesting what you say. I'm looking at the verified views from Westminster Bridge, and so on. Well, in fact, yes, okay. Let's go to the verified views. C5.1.
This is the Westminster Bridge view, Michael, is it?
No, actually, I was looking at the Westminster Bridge view, but I noticed the same. The point I want to get to, so C5. If you look at C5 without your building as existing,
right,
and there is stuff going up to the right of it, you can see the cranes. It's coming downwards towards the low Bishop's Palace, the very low end of the VNEB. The VNEB says 80 to 90 metres along Albert Embankment can be appropriate, but also wants variety, and there is variety there, and it's coming down. Now, if we turn to your scheme, it rises again, and it's an interesting picture, the C5, because there, Westminster Tower, the one you should magic away, looks as if it's almost the same height as yours from that view, but it isn't.
No, it's lower.
It's about 60 metres, and so from other places such as on Lambeth Bridge or from Westminster Bridge, it doesn't have the same. It does have an impact, but it doesn't have the same height impact. So your buildings are going up again. The tall buildings are rising again. If your scheme were to happen, is that not the case?
Well, I think we agreed that we're some 12 metres lower than the taller building at Dumont, and of course the eastern building is lower again by some 6 metres. So no, I wouldn't describe us as rising in relation to those taller buildings to the south. We are, however, and I would agree, taller than the Westminster Tower. But wouldn't that hierarchy seem logical to you, that we're transitioning down towards the north?
Well, the illogicality is 81 Black Prince Road in that scenario. Because Black Prince Road is coming down. It's 23 stories. It's considerably lower than Dumont and the highest points. And yours is considerably higher than 81 Black Prince Road, isn't it?
It is, but I don't think, I mean, the policy could have been drafted as a cone, I suppose, and you could have said, well, this height is appropriate, and then you grade down evenly. I think part of the quality of what we're proposing here is to create a varied and interesting skyline, where I think for me the absolute height is an issue, and we are lower than the taller buildings at the centre of the cluster. But actually, I think in terms of the way they'll be perceived in the townscape, it's their small floor plate, and I'm going to use the word slender, Michael, their slenderness that I think will be important in the way that they're perceived. I think a uniform gradation of height wouldn't necessarily yield a better townscape response than the one that we've provided. And I think you see from the townscape views and the animations we showed this morning that there's, I think, a good balance here, and a variety of different prospects open up between the tall buildings that are, I believe, quite successful in local townscape views.
Well, how did you arrive at this height rather than higher or lower? Why are they so tall?
I think two parts to your question. Why not higher? Why not lower? Maybe we'll do them in turn. So firstly, I think we've been talking about two tall buildings, but I think I would recognise, and I think it's a point you made in your opening remarks, that actually we've certainly three tall buildings, because I think the building on the eastern site, the 11-storey building, is a tall building in its context because its immediate neighbours are lower. Although, as I think I showed on Vauxhall Walk, there are certainly examples of similar scale buildings on that side of the viaduct. But we've three tall buildings proposed. Why aren't they higher? Let's do that one first. I mean, I think they have local relationships to the neighbouring tall buildings. So I do want, by way of architectural ambition, to form a transition down from the centre of that local group. I'm not using the word cluster, but that local group, the James buildings, and we're making a scale transition down towards the Westminster Tower to the north. I think you'll also notice, because our eastern building is lower than the western one, that we're making a scale transition down to the viaduct, and indeed to that third building that I mentioned. Another reason, and it's an important one, why we're not taller, is you saw when I showed this morning the impact of the buildings in the backdrop views from Primrose Hill and Parliament Hill East, is that we remain below the skyline, and we remain below the finials, for example, of the Victoria Tower in the Primrose Hill view. Were the buildings to be taller, they would, I think, confuse the silhouette of the World Heritage Site, and we've been very careful, and it was a position confirmed in our meetings with Mike Dunn at Historic England. We were very careful to make sure that we had no adverse impact on the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site. Why aren't they shorter? Might be an equally good question. Well, I think there would be some architectural answers to that question, and there would be some regeneration answers, and I'll do the architectural ones first, if I may. I think an advantage of the scale that we are proposing is that the buildings are slender and elegant. I think they have a real quality, and when you're, for example, on Black Prince Road looking along South Square to Central Square, as I showed that image with the museum, you recall, on the left, you're really looking at I don't know if you can describe it poetically as a campanile, but it's definitely a very slender and elegantly proportioned building. And I think that proportion and that elegance is also manifest from Millbank. And I talked about the relationship to the listed building. It's something we care passionately about. And we want to contrast the grand horizontality of that wonderful listed frontage against slender verticals appearing in its backdrop. And again, I think if the building were lower, that contrast would be less successful. Now, there are also regeneration answers to that question, because obviously this scheme is meeting important local needs for employment. I think it was referenced this morning, we're providing 172 affordable homes, about 40%, I think, by habitable room. And we're also creating significant employment opportunities across quite a wide range of employment types, and including affordable employment. Clearly, the height of the buildings contribute to delivering on those objectives. So we sort of feel that we've got it right, neither too tall nor too low, from both an architectural and a regeneration perspective. I
noticed from your sorry, I'm trying to find the document. Here we are. It's called Development Summary. It's a list of all the sizes and floor plans across all the sites, and it's got net to gross. So net to gross is quite often about 70%, which is very low. People don't build significantly without getting a net gross of 80 to 85%. Is that why the buildings are so tall? Because they're actually not very efficient?
It's very interesting. Net growth is quite a complicated subject, Michael, and one that's close to my heart. And you won't be surprised that as architects, of course, we're looking to deliver efficient buildings. I did reference my previous form in designing tall buildings, including the Heron Tower in the City of London, which has a net to gross of 71.5%, and someone very kindly decided that that was economic to build. It did rather better than the Swiss Re. The Gherkin has a net to gross of about 50%, I believe, but maybe don't quote me on that. The efficiency of these buildings is certainly lower than, for example, I think you would find in the St. James buildings. And why do I say that? Because they are very slim in their floor plan. So, for example, I think the 2013 inquiry scheme probably would have delivered higher net to gross because you have a long corridor served by one lift. Internally, I think it's rather horrible. Externally, I'm sure it's very horrible. We don't like slab blocks. We prefer slender point buildings if we're to build tall. The viability of this scheme has been judged by others more competent than I, but it's a viable proposal, and that if it's seen worthy of being granted consent, I'm confident it will be delivered.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit thrown there. On the.
You got me also. Net to gross is a wonderful subject, so I'm very, very happy to.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry, that's what I was thinking. Sorry, I was just the slender.
Yeah.
These diamond-shaped buildings. From my measurements, and I don't have full plans, they're about 38 meters across. That's right, is it? You think 38 meters across is slender? That's 1.5 swimming pools length. A normal swimming pool is 25 meters.
It's about proportion, and I was grateful because you provided some evidence in rebuttal to my proof on this very subject, Michael, and I was quite keen that you and I might have this conversation. You did so by taking the broad face of the building, and you recognise that it's got a broad face and a narrower face, and you coloured the broad face in a sort of monotone black, which I felt was okay, but perhaps not entirely illustrative of the way that the building would be experienced. Because if you take that broad face, of course, it's got two inflected surfaces that pick up the light very differently. And so you, even in its broadest dimension, you're really looking at two 17 meter, I'll take your number, 17 meter faces that are set at an angle to one another. But then the other thing I wanted to say was, if you look carefully at how the buildings are placed within the townscape, you'll notice that the approach views, the sensitive views, for example, from Old Paradise Gardens, the view I showed you looking up from Black Prince Road, or views down Lambeth High Street, you're not looking at the broad face of the building, you're looking at its narrower face, and this definitely is slender by any criteria. So I would say that I think when they're actually perceived within the townscape, they are perceived as objects in the round. Yes, their proportion changes, but you're rarely seeing the broadest face, and even when you do, it's articulated by the two facets of its elevation.
Okay, you mentioned the Black Prince Road. If you could get that image up, which you had in your figure 151 in the proof, it's the view of the third tall building. From Black Prince Road.
I'm struggling with the technology, but let me see if I can do just that. Okay. Bear with me, Michael.
So this is figure
we're going to go to the east site, and I apologise that I'm skipping through all these others to get there. You see my low-tech approach. Here we go.
It's figure 151 in your proof.
Thank you. Excellent. Does that get us where we want to be?
That's from Newport Street. It's the next one.
Is that any better?
That's it. Yes.
Excellent.
And actually,
I'm ready for your question. Sorry.
Yes, it's interesting, the arches you've shown on the left, because that is part of the question. How does that building relate to its context? Arden House, which is the building on the left with shops underneath it, and the pub on the corner, and then 72 to 79 Black Prince Road. How does this relate in any way, both in scale and height and bulk, but also just in those arches, in that design? How does it relate to this townscape?
Well, maybe let's start with the arches, because actually one of the buildings I thought you would reference was the former Ragged School, the Beaconsfield Gallery, which lies a little to the north of this site, and which has a handsome elevation, which of course has those arch windows that I'm sure my colleague Mr. Bolton will be discussing when we talk about daylight impacts. So those arches were definitely a point of reference when we were considering how the building met the ground. I think we were very interested in reinforcing the very exciting cluster of galleries along Newport Street, and as I think I mentioned this morning, that reinforcement isn't just going to be about the space, it'll also be about the range of workplace activities across the whole overall development site. And we wanted that gallery space to feel very public, and we did really two things. One was creating the arches we're discussing, but also you'll notice that the curved front of the building sets back from the corner of the site. We don't build on the corner, we make that open space, and I think that's to create a setting for that ground floor gallery. The red brick itself obviously is a material that's common on Black Prince Road. It specifically references South Bank House, our listed neighbour across the viaduct. And I made that connection because one of the roles of this building, which I think is an important and valuable one, is to draw visitors down from the Albert Embankment precisely to support footfall to these galleries. And Michael, I think on the site visit, you mentioned to me that the Newport Street Gallery the Damien Hirst Gallery was struggling at the moment with visitor numbers. We're hoping to help. We want to try to draw more people to this wonderful place.
The P-Tower at the other end of Newport Street is 2. This is 6A. I think that may well contribute to this. So, yeah, I'm just so you're saying the arches are to do with the. What with South Bank House? I'm confused. There's an arch in South Bank House? No, materiality, the red brick is South Bank House. The arch is the Beaconsfield Gallery, or rather the former Ragged School. And in a way that may be a characteristic of our approach. We're making different relationships and references. So for me, the material reference to South Bank House is important because I'm keen to draw people down Black Prince Road from the Embankment. The arches of the Beaconsfield Gallery are arches we'd like to reference for the character of our gallery space on the ground floor. Okay, I want to ask you about connected to this tall buildings, because this is a tall building.
I think it is, yeah.
But and indeed the office at 40 meters is a tall building as well. But of course, the other two are particularly tall. In 4.25 of your proof, you talk about fostering a strong sense of community. Mm-hmm. The proposed residential should foster a strong sense of community.
Yeah.
And in 4.26, you talk about engaging with the neighbouring communities. As you've just.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about visitors in the last section, but. Yeah. How does vertical living give a strong sense of community?
Well, I think we're seeing it as one part of a lively mixed-use neighbourhood. And, not all the residential is in tall buildings. And I think, again, to walk down Whitgift Street, where this scheme to be realised, you would be in a really good residential street, and you can see how the ground and first floor properties that we're proposing on our side of the street might very well be an excellent neighbour, and I hope that the people who live in that affordable family housing will make strong and good relationships with their neighbours on the other side of the street. The tall buildings and the community that live there will be part of the life of the area, and I think what we tried to do here, and we may or may not have succeeded, was rather than like these luxury housing developments that we've seen sort of further upstream, which prioritize river views, and I think to a degree turn their back on the existing communities on the other side, on the land side, so to speak, we've tried to make connections back. What are those connections? They include the permeability through the central site. We did endeavour to open the viaduct up and make connections under the viaduct, but I was told that the Metropolitan Police have a long leasehold on the arches in question, and we couldn't affect that. I'm very confident, for example, in the longer term, that that's a link that can and should be made, and we would welcome that.
Okay, one more on. Actually, no, I'll go to the Lambeth High Street. You're recreating Lambeth High Street. That image from 1900 or so that I put in my and you put up, which is a traditional high street. How is putting a tall building, a diamond-shaped building, at an angle, an odd angle, to the street, an interesting angle, but not a traditional high street angle? How is that recreating Lambeth High Street?
Well, I mean, I hope I acknowledged this morning that what we're doing is different in its character, but I hope informed by a similar spirit, so that if, for example, you're sitting in Central Square, you're in a space that's lively, diverse, and welcoming. The angle is actually interesting because, as I mentioned, the Whitgift Street doesn't meet Lambeth High Street at a perpendicular. It's an obtuse angle. Effectively, we're part of a sort of a rhomboid form to our site, and the tall buildings snugly fit into that geometry, so that the obtuse angle of the tall building follows both the line of Whitgift Street to its north and Lambeth High Street to its west. And of course, the base of that building is a cafe unit that will hopefully serve to animate the street. I did, as I say, I really loved the image you had of Lambeth High Street and Whitgift Street, and what I see as a well-defined street. And again, our buildings quite carefully seek to closely define the public space. And I saw a road which had active frontages on it, and we're trying to do the same thing. So I think there's a lot in that wonderful image that would inspire us.
Okay, gentlemen, can I just say this is very, very interesting, and it is illuminating. I've got half an eye on the clock, and I know you've got quite a few more topics to deal with, I think, Mr. Ball. If, as far as possible, it would be good to be able to deal with Mr. Pilbro's evidence in its entirety this afternoon. Does that look likely to be achievable?
For me, yes. If it's only me, then yes, definitely.
It's a plea for brevity. I'll be shorter. Sorry.
Well, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, and as I said, it is genuinely instructive.
Well, I think Mike and I share a sort of passion for the area. We get going. I apologise.
Okay.
Yes. So what I'd like you to do, because we were just on that Lambeth High Street point, and that tower, is if we could go to CD. I think it's. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. Just going to check this. CDA. It's either A1 or A10, so I'm not sure of. Yes, A10. CD A10 4.5. So this is the. This is the verified views again. And it's the view down Lambeth High Street, this reconstructed street that's going to, and I'm not sure which, I'm just looking at the view now, which one is it? View D4. D4. Yes.
Michael, remind me, is this the one that you had in your rebuttal?
I don't remember.
You referenced a couple of views from Lambeth High Street.
There was one in my rebuttal that had the red railings. That is
Yes.
Yes. That isn't this one.
Okay.
This one is the view down Lambeth High Street, D4. So you're standing with Old Paradise Gardens on one side.
Yes.
A bit of the International Maritime Organisation building
Yes.
on the right. Then you can see the tower, the listed tower.
Yeah.
Looks rather lovely from there. And South Bank House, which is covered in scaffolding in this picture.
Yes.
So you can't actually see the glories of South Bank House, but
Yeah, but it's very
normally,
beautiful,
and you absolutely, you can now. I was down there today, and looking at South Bank House, this very view. If you turn over to your recreating the Lambeth High Street, we lose any view of South Bank House. Now, I fully acknowledge that cutting off the corner of the front site to give the view of the listed building, South Bank House, is a beneficial part of your scheme, but it's balanced partly by the loss here of the view of South Bank House, which is also very fine.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I should put that as the question.
No, Michael, I understand it as well, and I think you make an interesting observation. What I would say, one of the things I liked about the image you shared in your rebuttal of Lambeth High Street at the corner of Whitgift Street is you see a well-defined urban street. I think what we've found in a lot of post-war development is kind of eroded definition of public space. You get kind of leftover spaces that are not properly formed, not properly framed, not complete and well defined. And clearly, you all appreciate that what I'm proposing on the corner of Lambeth High Street and Whitgift Street on the other side, on our site side, is to reform the historic line on the street. That would replace the service yard outside the existing workshop building, and I don't find that a successful public space, although I acknowledge that it affords long views to South Bank House as you come down Lambeth High Street. Why do I criticize it? Because I think it feels more like a residual space, perhaps because it's more exposed to the road we were talking about earlier. It doesn't feel like a well-defined civic space. What I hope is by making the tall building on that corner and then actively framing the central square with active uses on 3 of its 4 sides, and I hope in time South Bank House could become an active 4th edge to that space, we have what I think will be a much more successful urban space. And it'll be a space, by the way, where you can enjoy the views we were talking about to the Royal Dalton offices. So it's about urban definition for me.
Okay, thank you. And I want to move to the listed building, and first of all, the hotel, the addition. It rises to the same height as the listed building. In fact, it goes slightly higher than the existing listed building, but the listed building itself goes higher with the double height glass on the top.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
but it's the same height. It's bulkier, but it's not so long. Is it roughly the same quantum of space as the fire station? That's a question.
As the 8 Albert Embankment listed building.
Yes, the quantum of space in the hotel, the additional part.
I don't have that number to hand, Michael. I could certainly check for you. I would imagine they would be similar, but I don't have a precise measure to hand.
Because what puzzles me is that my understanding of the a key essence of conservation is when you're doing these sorts of interventions and additions, that they are subservient to a listed building. And I put into the core documents a few days ago BRCI Standards Publication Guide to the Conservation of Historic Buildings, which is CDS 29. And you could probably find exactly the same stuff in the Historic England. I just didn't find it straight away, and I found it with this. So at 6:15 on page 27, adaptation, conversion and extension. We've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then it says new extensions should normally be subservient to the historic building in terms of scale, height and massing. How is the hotel subservient to the historic building in terms of scale, height and massing?
Well, I think our work both on the listed building and on the new hotel wing in its curtilage have been informed by a number of considerations. First and foremost, an evaluation of the heritage significance of the listed building. And I think in your proof, Michael, you reference the 300-page heritage renewal and restoration strategy that we published to support the listed building. And you'll have seen in that an absolutely forensic and exhaustive research, both in terms of archival information in surveys and in a deep desire to understand the qualities and value of the listed building. Clearly, our work is also informed by an awareness of the wider context, including the Albert Embankment Conservation Area, and there are urban design and public realm considerations that should shape our response. And thirdly, and I think importantly, we're looking to secure a long-term use for the listed building, to secure its future after a long period of planning uncertainty. And that's been about identifying appropriate uses, including obviously the Fire Station Museum and the residential. So all of those things shape our architectural response to that context. And I think actually we can be both subservient whilst not necessarily being lower. So for example, if we take the glazed restaurant roof extension that we were discussing this morning, that is subservient in its detail.
My question is about the hotel, the relationship between the hotel and the listed building.
And I think the hotel is subservient. It sits behind the prime river frontage of the listed building, and it's subservient in whilst it takes the same material and detail palette. For example, double string courses that articulate the listed building are drawn across the hotel facade. The hotel's fenestration is quieter and simpler, and I believe it entirely preserves the identity and quality of the listed building. But I would say, and I mentioned the conservation area as a consideration, I would say that the listed building's legacy for the quality of Lambeth High Street, I think, is mixed. And that's not to decry its architectural quality, which I think is of great interest. I think the functionalist rear facade is an interesting facade. But I do think that long blank frontage that the drill yard presents to the street is a problem. And I believe that the hotel addresses that problem. So we are looking to balance different considerations, and that's how we've come to the solution that's before the inquiry.
Sorry, I just want to be clear that you're saying that the rear elevation of the listed building and the drill yard gives a problem to what? To Lambeth High Street?
No, I've said that I think the consequence of the drill yard and the long blank wall that is a necessary enclosure to it is a negative to Lambeth High Street.
I'm not clear what the long blank wall is. What's the long blank wall?
The enclosure of the drill yard. So the drill yard cannot be a publicly open space because you've got fire service practice going in that area. So it's not a public activity, Michael. It has to be screened. And in the existing Lambeth High Street, you have north of the CMC building, which itself is blind, by the way, at ground floor level, you have a long blank brick wall. And I think the position of the hotel is to the betterment of the conservation area, because I think you complete the urban block and you deliver active frontage at ground floor level.
I understand you now. I understand what you're saying. So moving slightly on the subservience point, I mean, the listed building is on the river. It's on a wide boulevard, a glorious boulevard with fantastic views for several miles in both directions, north and south. The hotel, which is of a similar quantum, is on a small back street, although called grandly Lambeth High Street. It's a small back street. How is it appropriate?
Well, I think its context would include what? Across Black Prince Road, 9 Albert Embankment, which is 13 stories to the 10 that's proposed in the hotel. So it certainly has some scale in the neighbours to the south. And what it addresses on Lambeth High Street is not just the street itself, but of course the new public square that we're proposing, Central Square. And so it has a degree of what one might term breathing room as it looks east towards Lambeth High Street.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm aware of time, so I'm going to try and get through a bit faster. If you could help me, Fred. Mr.
Sure.
Pilbara, sorry.
No, it's fine.
So I moved right onto the listed building stuff. So first of all, you showed examples of your work in historic settings in Oxford and
yes,
other places. Did any of those involve 24 and 26 story buildings?
Yes. So am I allowed to answer
in
the
Oxford?
taller building? So 150 Bishopsgate, which I designed whilst a partner at PLP, is
in Oxford,
the context.
Is my question.
No, not in Oxford.
And in Westminster? You talked about Westminster.
No, not in Westminster.
All right, so
we
you
have
just
designed in Westminster a 15-story building. Would that be of any assistance to the inquiry? At 66 Chiltern Street, that's within the Marylebone Conservation Area.
But you're putting a 24 or 26 story building in a place like Oxford or Westminster is not something you've done. And it wouldn't. Would you think that would be acceptable?
You said have done or are doing. We are working. We're working with St Mary's Hospital in Paddington, early days, and we're exploring whether part of the facilities might be in a taller building. Yeah, that's in Westminster.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I've got an echo. I don't know what that is. Is it gone? Okay. Can we turn to CD A10 4.2? CD A10 4.2, and this is the Heritage Renewal and Restoration Strategy, not the in appendix, please note. This has crashed my computer several times. So I have to.
It's a big document. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Monster. And in fact, I can't even look at it properly. I'm damped. It's like the Medusa of documents.
I have to name check my partner Gareth Wilkins, who is the author of this document, who is very passionate and very knowledgeable about heritage. And as you'll see from both sections in the document, I'll come to the bit you're going to ask me about. It does suggest a certain degree of forensic passion to really get under the skin of the building.
So I wanted you to turn to page 92.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do the same at the moment.
Yeah.
This is
the rear elevation. Yeah.
So I've got it on paper here. Proposed section and elevation. Yeah, existing section and rear elevation to Lambeth High Street, and proposed section elevation to Lambeth High Street. Yeah. This shows a massive amount of change going on. I wonder if you could explain what the keys are, the blue, the green, the red, etc.
Yeah, let me take you through this. So we're looking at the rear elevation, at the eastern elevation of the listed building. And I think the first thing I would say is we're converting the upper levels to residential use. That was the original use for crew accommodation on the 5 topmost floors. Before that, the lower floors were offices. We're suggesting all of it residential. Importantly, and I mentioned it this morning, we're preserving the plan form of the building. Unlike the 2013 inquiry, which filled in the back of the building, we're preserving its original slender depth. And in fact, the accommodation at the upper levels, as the original accommodation, is west facing towards the river. We're preserving the access galleries that connect from the cores, and indeed the cores themselves are being carefully restored. But those access galleries we're proposing to glaze in, and Paul Veloé, I think, helpfully pointed out to the inspector some rather bad examples of that. I will reassure you, we have a finer detail proposed, but we are proposing...
That's existing at the moment?
That's existing. Yeah. So I think one floor on the south wing has been glazed in. It's shown on my elevation, sort of top left. with heavy frames. We're producing something rather more minimal and refined, but we are making that change. So we're keeping the galleries, but we're internalizing them.
So you are. I just want to be clear. What the colors, the blue, the green, what do they represent?
They represent the points of access. So they're actually not a change to the existing building, because it's a centre core corridor on the first, second and third floor, and then it's a side gallery on the upper floor. So we're merely stating that we're preserving the original plan form of the building, and we're also preserving those handsome cantilever balconies outside the offices that we used to hold the crowds looking at displays in the drill yard. Again, we are making a change here, however, which is to say we're glazing in behind the retained galleries to create residential accommodation behind. And the section, I think, shows you that. So on the top left is the section through the existing, and on the bottom left is the section through the proposed, with that glazed infill. We're using a crittle glazing that follows the detail of the original, but that is a change to the form of the existing listed building.
So the balconies are all glazed in, and the one we were standing on, which we went up to, I think is the one that isn't glazed. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that's right, Michael. That remains unchanged.
Right. And but the stairs are all being demolished. Is that right?
Yeah.
Those.
And that was a difficult decision that we came to reluctantly, but I'll explain why in both cases. So we're removing two stairs that we saw on the site visit. The first one lies to the central east of the appliance bays, and the second one leads up to the commentary box on the first floor. The commentary box itself is retained. The reason we're removing the appliance bay stair is we want to be able to get into the 4 appliance bays on the north. That meets the operational brief for the new fire station. And the one that we're removing adjacent to the commentary box was very key, because it becomes the connecting route from the main station office, that's in the listed building, and the new 3-storey wing of crew accommodation that's built to the north of the drill yard. So it's really, if you like, the prime conduit between the appliance bay and the station functions. And that meant we needed to remove both stairs.
And yes, that's all the stairs that are currently there on the external features. I mean, the internal stairs are you're bringing back to their beauty, but the external ones are not, demolishing. Yes. And at the top, the tank room where the glazing is going to go, is that, when we were on the site visit, that was pointed out, that's all going to be demolished and rebuilt. Is that correct?
We're going to retain the facade on the riverside, but behind that facade, we're rebuilding the 8th floor roof slab, and we're doing that for 2 reasons. The first, to provide adequate headroom to the upper floor residential accommodation, that's at level 8, and secondly, to provide support for the glazed 2-storey restaurant that's proposed at levels 9 and 10.
Why is the glazing 2-storey? I haven't understood that at all. When you look at the restaurant, you come in and you go down into it.
Correct. And what is
the reason?
So you come in onto the top terrace. I think I hopefully showed you this morning the slides of the fire watching terrace. It's a very significant part of the building's history, and we wanted to extend public access to it. So it was on that level 10 terrace the fire watchers helped coordinate firefighting in this part of London. And the bridge, which you can see of, if we're still on page 92, the bridge you can see delivers visitors to the restaurant onto that same terrace. They're at that point in a mezzanine within a double height space, and they'll then walk down either north, where they get the views to the Palace of Westminster, or south, where they get the views to Battersea Power Station from that terrace. And the space below the terrace where they're standing is a smaller, more intimate area of that same restaurant. Setting the 2-storey glazed volume was both a response to the order and proportion of that space, but it also allowed the bridge connection to preserve intact and unchanged the turret detail that you can see on the elevations we've been looking at towards the centre of that facade. Were the restaurant to be single story, I guess the bridge would have sort of crashed into that feature, and we wanted to preserve that feature unchanged.
And you've got very large glazing panels there.
We do.
I was very impressed by the image in your fly through. It looked like you could see straight through. Would you really be able to see straight through glazing like this? They would. At the moment I got the blinds down, I had a serious amount of glare coming in from Parliament View. I'm in the Garden Museum at the moment.
Oh right, okay, very nice.
So you know,
it's a really good question, Michael, and I think a lot of the quality of what we deliver here will be dependent on the quality of execution. And part of the reason I was showing you some of our previous work is we're very passionate about delivering the detail, and we're very concerned that we meet the design aspirations we set out. Let me talk a bit about the restaurant, because you're right, it's challenging. You've got a glass box. It's going to be subject to solar gain, and we need to make sure that the environment internally is comfortable both in summer and winter. What we're suggesting here is a sophisticated triple glazed facade, and we've done work with specialists to develop the design here. And blinds within the cavity of those 3 panes of glass capture the heat, and we utilize that heat in our environmental system for the restaurant. Nicely, because you're relying on the blinds in that cavity, at night the blinds can go up because you're not dealing with solar gain. And also importantly for us, we're not relying on a coating or a tinting in the glass. So this will be clear, low iron glass that's very, very transparent. And that will both give you great views into the restaurant from across Millbank, as I hope I showed you, but it also will mean that when you're inside the restaurant, you'll have an unimpeded view out across the river. A good example, if you wanted to say, what does low iron glass feel like, is Renzo Piano's Central St Giles development just north of Covent Garden. All the glazing there at the ground floor, those retail units are glazed in low iron glass, and they're very, very clear and not reflective.
Okay.
Can I just ask before we move on from that? I don't know if you were going to move on, but I'm not quite clear how the infill balconies are treated. The central part, those are going to be glazed in, as I take it. But from the picture, the ones at the northern end of the building, the projecting ones at the northern end of the building, they will remain open. Is that correct, Mr. Pilbara?
Yes, it is. Okay. And we made that decision because we're aware that that will be visible from Lambeth High Street, and it will give you restored the original appearance of this rear elevation. So that is restored back to its original appearance. And no, they're not glazed in. You're correct.
And that's why the image a few pages later on the same document, which I think I put in my rebuttal, it shows you the red railings, and you can see this is the unglazed. So this is
do you have the page reference, Michael? Sorry.
3.1.2.
We're back on the proof of evidence. Yeah.
No. This is the Heritage Renewal and Restoration Strategy Appendix.
Yeah. Bear with me.
This is the appendix, though.
You're in the appendix.
I am now. 3.1.2.
Okay, that's good. Keep me on my toes. Yeah. Yes, perfect. I'm there. Yeah. Excellent.
So that explains why that isn't glazed. The glazing starts. Further along.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to allow people to see the original. But does that not beg the question that the original is being lost? And the question I really want to put is, is this as modest as you can go, or is this a substantial change to the listed building?
I think it's the former. I think it's as modest as we could go. And again, to remind you, we're sort of balancing both an assessment of the qualities and condition of the existing building and at the same time addressing its long-term use. And we bring back the fire station as a ground floor use. We introduce the museum, and I think I talked about what I saw as the significant heritage benefits for the retention of that original function and the introduction of a sympathetic function for things like public access to the Memorial Hall. The residential on the upper floor, again, feels to us to be a sympathetic use. And it's allowed us to, for example, and we haven't talked about it, but restore the entrance hall on the north of the Lambeth, so the Albert Embankment frontage, as the entrance to the residential north core, and it allows us to restore the cores and retain the original plan form of the building. We're proposing the hotel on Lambeth High Street, and we're proposing public access to the rooftop restaurant on the top of the listed building. That too connects the public to a historically significant place, that fire watching terrace that I alluded to formerly. There are undoubtedly impacts on the listed building flowing from those decisions. I mentioned, for example, the removal of the stair in the appliance bay to suit the operational needs of the fire service. I mentioned the removal of the stair to the commentary box for the similar issues of connectivity. Firemen need to be able to access the appliance bay within 60 seconds when they receive an emergency call, and that was part of that strategy. But I believe on balance that less than substantial harm is outweighed by securing the long-term use of the listed building, its restoration, and you'll have seen from the site visit, it's a building that needs now significant investment. So I think on balance we've struck the right balance. I hope we have, anyway.
So well, that was my question, whether you struck the right balance. My question was, are they modest or substantial? In the terms 16.2 of the Act, are they modest or substantial, these interventions?
Modest, and I think I answer that also informed by the conclusions of the inspector in the 2013 inquiry, which found that the heritage impacts of the earlier native land scheme were acceptable, and I believe we are taking a much more considered approach to the restoration of the listed building than was done in 2013.
Okay, I've got one more question on this, and it's very, very closely related. So it's back to not the appendix, but the substantive document, the Heritage Renewal and Restoration Strategy. And I'm looking at some of these plans on page 52 on the scroller. I don't know if it's 52 on the page, but let me look.
I have some plans, yes.
What, 152B, I think it says. It's just before 2, the proposed works fabric alteration proposals. There's a page of plans.
Yeah.
There's, again, colour coding there, which I haven't understood. Is the red the demolition?
Yes, that's correct. And green is alteration. Yeah.
Green is alteration, red is demolition.
Yes.
Right, okay. Well, it's the same question, really. Is that really modest under the terms of the 1990 Act?
I think the assessment that we made, and it was an assessment that was informed by expert advice from Dr. Chris Neely and was reviewed in frequent and detailed meetings with Doug Back, who, as I'm sure you will know, is an extremely competent and experienced conservation officer at Lambeth. The assessment was that, for example, the internal partitions that we're showing removed on this set of plans contribute little to the significance of the listed building, and their alteration allows us to bring forward residential accommodation that will contribute to the building's long-term use. So yes, I regard those interventions as modest. I think one that we debated closely, Michael, and it was subject to some discussion, is the pole house. Now, you'll see in this document the pole house was added late in the construction of the building. It wasn't in the original E.P. Wheeler design, but it did reflect the conclusions of a fact-finding tour where the fire brigade at the time went to see other fire stations, and they were very struck by the use of poles, I think, in New York. And you can see, I think, on the right of that image at page 53, there is the pole house. And we know from the structural drawings it was added later, and there was some additional structure used to support it. We looked at that item. It was difficult to see that it could play a role within a residential conversion. It wasn't going to be something that would be safe to access, for example, and it's located in a position where most logically we would want to have placed the lift so that it didn't disturb other fabrics. So that vertical shaft is rebuilt, but it's rebuilt as a lift shaft. We are working with the museum's curatorial team to see whether the original fireman's pole can be installed within the museum. I think at that location it would be more publicly appreciable and I think more functional. But it's a good example of an area that we talked of very carefully, and we've sought to make the right judgment in terms of heritage balance.
The question I asked was about the plans and the red lines. So a lot of it's internal. Yeah. You're saying a lot of those are internal, yeah. But we have been talking, and you just did, about some external.
Yeah. Yes.
Now this is surely the point. The building is listed. Mm-hmm. The first reason, in the principal 4 reasons, is a well-composed and externally unaltered 1930s building. Mm-hmm. So I ask you again, is it really modest or substantial, given that this is why it's listed? It's an externally unaltered 1930s building.
Well, Michael, in my professional opinion, I believe the approach we've adopted to the restoration of this building is appropriate and preserves its significant quality. I'm working at the moment on the restoration of the EMD Walthamstow, which is a Grade 2 star listed building, a little earlier, 1929, and we're converting that to a live performance venue. And inevitably, as you would imagine, a cinema and a live performance venue have different needs, and that has reflected on alterations to the building's exterior and interior. It's a normal part of the judgment that needs to be made to secure the long-term use of these buildings. Historic England have warmly endorsed that proposal, and it's received listed building consent. So again, I'm confident the approach we're adopting here is entirely appropriate.
I think we will be looking at this with Mr. Black and with Dr. Mealer, won't we? So I wonder, it's very interesting to hear Mr. Pilbrow's view, but I think if we're coming back to it, we could perhaps move on.
I have got only one more set of questions. It should be quite brief.
Okay, well, go ahead then, Mr. Ball.
And it's what I'd like you to do is take out the local plan, CD 01, not 01, CD 01. Mm-hmm. Local plan, and there's a policy there for Vauxhall on page 156. Places and neighbourhoods. There's a policy for Vauxhall, 2 pages of explanation, followed by the policy and a map showing Albert Embankment and Vauxhall, centre of Vauxhall. And then following that, site 10, 8 Albert Embankment, the very detailed guidance in planning for what should happen to these sites. And the last box, design principles and key development considerations. I just wanted to run through those to see how we've done. Mm-hmm. So first, provides a sympathetic reuse of the listed buildings without radical alteration or extension. Do you think you've achieved that?
I think we've provided a viable and sensitive and appropriate adaptation of the listed building, and I'm encouraged that we've taken the right steps by the views we've received from Historic England.
But without radical alteration or extension is the phrase here.
Probably not qualified to say whether it's radical or not. I would say it's appropriate.
Okay. The second one, respects the silhouette of the headquarters building as viewed from across the river. Now, I know we'll discuss that with Mr. Mealy, but you think you achieved that? You think you achieved that? Right.
Yes.
Retains the ventilation obelisk on site. Clearly, you do that. It's moved. That raises the question. It's in situ concrete. Is it possible to move it?
You kindly say we retain it on site. I think we move it.
Yeah, you move it.
We've swapped places. Yeah. I think we're moving it, not retaining it on site. And the reason we're moving it, firstly, is that we believe the most efficient modern fire station requires some element of purpose-built accommodation, and that you've seen we propose to plan against the blank flank wall of the IMO building, and clearly the obelisk is in the way. So we will reconstruct it. Now, you make a good point. It's reinforced concrete. It was designed to withstand the demolition by blast of the neighbouring building and keep ventilation to the control room that I showed you earlier in the North Dock. We will look at whether it can be disassembled. That's not a level of detail we've come to. Whether the fabric itself is its interest or its shape and form is its interest, I think is something that we need to debate further. But we will, in any case, precisely reconstruct it if we can't move it onto the central site.
Okay, the next one, and as much as we can, for the sake of the inquiry, to try and go to yes or no's. Relates in height and bulk to the adjacent townscape, taking into account the height, massing and scale of neighbouring buildings and the historic built form of the area. The heritage sensitivity of the site makes it inappropriate for tall building development. Do you think?
Well, those two statements are, of course, contradictory, because the height context of the existing site includes tall buildings. And I think I said this morning that we've looked carefully at the best and most appropriate form of development across the three sites, looking at them holistically. We've come to the view, and it's been endorsed by Lambeth and the GLA, that tall buildings are appropriate in relation to the heritage sensitivity of the site. I'm mindful that S10 says, as you've just quoted, it's inappropriate. And you're mindful that the VNEB identifies the site as appropriate for buildings of of height up to 90 meters. So we have some contradictory guidance. And of course, planning is about striking the appropriate balance. We hope we've done that.
The VNEB is guidance, of course, and this is the local plan. This is the development plan. Yeah. The VNEB also predated this. This came as a result, and its detail of policies is tapered depending upon the circumstances. So this and also this policy was put in place, and those very words, the inappropriate for tall buildings, was put in following the inquiry, was it not?
It's but it follows the inquiry.
So let's move on to the next one. Make sure both existing and new residential amenity is protected. Is it protected?
Yes.
You think it's protected? Okay. Focuses employment uses in and around the viaduct and Lambeth High Street. Is it in and around the viaduct and Lambeth High Street? My understanding of the office block is it's sort of betwixt Lambeth High Street and the viaduct. It's not on Lambeth High Street and it's not by the viaduct.
Well, of course, we've employment uses on all three sites to a modest degree because of the gallery on the east side. The majority of the employment lies on the central site within the keeper, but we have, of course, further employment, both the fire station museum and the hotel, adding to the tally of, I think, remind me, 1,250 odd jobs. I would have thought we would be compliant with the aspiration for employment. Certainly that was the view of the strategic panel.
Yeah, I mean, these are the design principles beyond that strategic ambition. So the next one, provides active frontages opposite the local centre on Black Prince Road and along Lambeth High Street. Now, clearly you do provide some active frontages there, so let's move to the next one. Does not provide ground floor residential uses on any part of the site. Now, my understanding of Whitgift Street is that you are providing residential ground floor uses.
Yeah.
So you don't meet that design.
We absolutely don't, and we're creating ground floor residential facing ground floor residential on Whitgift Street, and I think that's entirely appropriate to the character of that street. It is worth saying it's not absolutely ground floor. It's raised ground floor, and that, Michael, was a product of looking at flood risk and making sure that sleeping accommodation is above any sort of flood risk elements. But no, I think it's an entirely appropriate response to the context of Whitgift Street.
But it doesn't
comply with that.
Doesn't comply with that. And we're agreement in the last two, which is positive. I agree that it provides active frontages, and you agree it does provide ground floor residential, which
it does indeed.
Policy says doesn't. The next one provides public realm improvements to Alban Embankment, Lambeth High Street, Black Prince Road and Whitgift Street. So this is, in other words, not on the site, but around the site, to reduce traffic dominance and to promote walking and cycling. Now, we haven't talked about any of that. I don't want you to talk about that because of the,
okay, good. Otherwise, we'll go over time, Michael. But of course, I'm saying yes to that.
You'll say yes.
Strongly aligned to that.
Strongly, yes. The next one maximises the amount of, am I going to emphasise the next word, replacement employment, and includes space for small and medium enterprises. So it's not maximises the amount of employment, it's replacement employment.
And you also mentioned, sorry, the small and medium enterprises. Now, I suspect my colleague Neil Goldsmith from Lichfields may be more helpful to you on the detail of planning policy. But what I would say is that we have shown a strong desire to support local enterprise and creative businesses. And you can see that in the way that we converted the workshop, opened it, and I think there's been like a dozen companies now given free or low cost space in that area. And you and I, as a client of ours, and we work with them on other projects, are passionately committed to supporting those sorts of businesses. And we've included, I think it's some 1,650 square meters of dedicated affordable employment space for exactly those uses. Obviously, it's difficult to talk specifically about replacement employment because the site doesn't have much employment on it. But I dare say Mr. Goldsmith will help you.
Well, it was a workshop, and that was its last use. It was a workshop and a training centre.
Yes,
what you're putting on, 90% of what you're putting on is mainstream office, isn't it? It's corporate office. In fact, you used a phrase at points, corporate office, which is not replacement employment, is it? So my question is, have you maximised the amount of replacement employment, or have you just put a different type of employment there to a maximum amount?
I think we're providing a diverse ecosystem of employment, and it's easy for you and I to have a conversation about numbers of jobs and so forth. But of course, remembering for us to actually deliver this, it's very important that not only do we have to build the space, but we've got to draw companies and businesses to locate on the site. And I think what's intelligent about the work that we've done together on this site is we are creating a place that will do that. It will draw people, it will draw companies, it will draw creative businesses to want to be here, and the quality of the public realm is key. And we can get into an abstract conversation about could you fit more office space or more light industrial space or anything of that sort. My hunch is that you've got to create the mix. The mix creates the place creates the demand, the desire, and that's what I believe we've sought to do.
The next one, mix again, provides a mixed and balanced community with an acceptable mix, tenure split, distribution of residential accommodation. I would agree that you do, and I'm sure that you will say that you do.
Yeah.
And finally, allows for the potential to connect to a future district-wide combined heat and power network. One
for my engineering colleagues, Michael, but I would be surprised if I had to say no to that one. I think we've baked that into our system. You and I haven't spoken about sustainability this afternoon, and probably time precludes us from doing so, but we are extremely green in this in this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Would you be surprised that I scored you 6 out of 13, but I'm sure you scored yourself a lot higher. Thank you very much, Mr. Pilbrow.
Michael, thank you for your questions. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. I'm taking it that, Mr. Ball, you represent at least 3 community groups and many others in the community. So I'm hoping, as you've done a very thorough job in asking questions, as I say, which has been very helpful, that other people won't be wanting to ask questions, put questions to Mr. Pilbrow, other people who may be. Can I rely on that? Is that a reasonable assumption?
I have assumed so. I can't speak for.
No, okay. Well, if anybody does have any questions they want to put, if they can put their hands up, but I'm not inviting it. As I say, I think the way the inquiry is running, there's been a very coordinated approach by Rule 6 parties, which I'm grateful for. And I hope that people will be happy to leave it to you to do the questioning, the examination. OK, well, I can't see anybody's put their hand up. What I'm going to suggest we do is take a 10-minute break now, please. Actually, we'll make it 15 minutes. Re-examination, Mr. Warren. Do you have much?
I don't have any, sir, at the moment.
You don't? Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, can I just have a look through to see, as I say, Mr. Ball's covered things very comprehensively and elucidated things that I was going to ask questions about. I was just going to, in your proof, there are a lot of pictures of the Edge building at London Bridge. So
Yes.
Do you see this scheme, Mr. Pilbrow, provides the same opportunity for doing what's been done at the Edge scheme?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. I think we have some similar ambitions in terms of operational energy. I think you've seen we've achieved a 52% reduction over Part L operational energy. The Edge building is in a different context and it's a different use. It's an office building and we have a different client. The client there is a Dutch environmental specialist who are renowned for their work on sustainability and well-being. I guess one of the pleasures I have as working as an architect is you're constantly learning. And I think one of the focuses that our Edge clients have taken is on the question of embodied energy. You saw that, for example, the use of structural timber in that building, which is a first for a building at that scale. I want, if you decide that this project is worthy of your support, I want, when we come to develop the detail, to look at the embodied energy more closely. In London Bridge, we're down to 520 kilograms of carbon per square metre. And I think we will look to meet similar targets in the delivery of this project. But that is work that's ahead of us as we get into the detail.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, a lot in your proof about creating a vibrant mixed use urban quarter, active ground floor frontages. I just wonder where you see the footfall coming from. I mean, clearly there'll be a large number of new residents and people employed in the area. Will there be any kind of through flow from Vauxhall to, is it likely to become a new route, a walking route between Vauxhall and Waterloo, for instance?
I hope so. I mean, what we'd probably have associated with the project itself, three groups that will contribute to that footfall. You mentioned residents, and I guess we'll also have workers, employed across the three sites. I suppose visitors will be another important group. There will be the facilities in the museum, in the gallery space, and there will be leisure opportunities, and hopefully the hotel and its rooftop restaurant will become, an addition to London's, must-see attractions. So those will, I think, generate some local flows. But I think strategically, and perhaps you're alluding to this, Michael's clarification actually about the extension of the Waterloo OAPF to the south that I misdrew, I think is incredibly important because we do want to make links north-south, and we do see this site as a kind of a link in a chain that's connecting the South Bank regeneration that's been underway now for 20 years in the centre of London, coming south towards Vauxhall. And there are other pieces than that jigsaw. You saw, I think, on our site visit, the delivery of the Archbishop's Library. The Guy's and St Thomas's Trust have major regeneration proposals on Royal Street that will be another link in that chain. So I think in 15, 20 years' time, we will be seeing more flow. And I think that's good. I think on Lambeth High Street, I think it will get some of its previous vitality. But I want to finally say that places like Whitgift Street will remain quieter backwaters, and I think that's appropriate too. And we're talking about residential streets earlier, and I think it's important to say that we don't want to make everything lively and buzzy. I think, yes, the Lambeth High Street, yes, the Square and South Square, but actually I'd like to see Whitgift Street as a quiet residential street, and that's what we're aiming to deliver.
Okay, thank you very much. And the final question I just wanted to ask was about the treatment of the elevations to the hotel facing Lambeth High Street and turning the corner into Black Prince Road. And really ask what design considerations inform the approach taken to that. I mean, I can understand that you've tried to maintain the banding, which relates to the listed building.
Yeah.
In other respects, it might be considered to be quite a commercial approach, quite a conventional design treatment.
Yeah. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think, let me look more broadly than the hotel and come back to the hotel. I think what you see is a set of buildings we're proposing that are deliberately quite diverse in their form, in their materiality, in their detail. And I think that diversity reflects a pretty rich and complex context. We saw it together walking the site. We've got old and new buildings. We've got buildings of different materials, different dates, different styles. And I think we want to add, if we can, to that richness. So we haven't gone for a kind of monotone, one size fits all approach to the building elevations. On the specifics of the hotel, I think, and this was really a line of questioning that Michael, I think, was pursuing. We're looking for something which differs to the listed building. So what do we take from the listed building? The fine London stock brickwork, the double string course, the horizontality of the overall proportion. And when you look at the detail of the way that the two buildings meet one another on the south elevation, you'll see elements like the turret bay articulation at level 8 is reflected by an equivalent detail on the hotel. But critically, we're not copying the listed building elevation. So the crittle windows in the listed building change to something more contemporary and perhaps a little quieter in the hotel. That window proportion becomes more horizontal. And I think in doing that, I'm keen that when you walk down Black Prince Road, you can tell the original building and you can see our new extension is just that, a subservient extension. So we've sort of tried to get the right balance. I hope we've done so.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Pilbrow and Mr. Ball, for your questions. Just before we go, I see Mr. Welsh, you've got your hand up. Would you like to come in now?
Thank you, sir. Yes, just to clarify, Mr. Streeton did have some questions for Mr. Pilbrow. The time estimate he gave was only 30 minutes, so it's only a few questions. But I thought that worth mentioning now, given that we are otherwise drawing to the close of Mr. Pilbrow's evidence today.
Okay, well, that was my understanding that Mr. Pilbrow and Dr. Mealer would be available for questioning when Westminster present their case. And I can see Mr. Warren nodding there.
Yeah, I'm very happy to. We look forward to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I think we're pretty much done for today. And I think we've done well for timing. And thank you all for that. Tomorrow we're due to hear from Dr. Mealer. Is there anything else anybody wants to raise before I adjourn the inquiry?
No, so just to mention the document containing the 5 or 6 corrections that you asked for, sir. Probably not tomorrow, but hopefully by the time Mr. Pilbrow comes back on Friday, we'll have that put together with his document.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Reid, anything from you?
Thank you, sir. No, not from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ball?
No, thank you.
Can I just ask one point, sir? Forgive me. I think this is understood, but now that Mr. Pilbrow has given his evidence being cross-examined by Mr. Ball, can I take it that he's not prohibited from speaking to us before he comes back, as it were, just to check?
I think that's fine. Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fine. Yeah,
I can see Mr. Welsh nodding as well. I'm grateful.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, well, we'll adjourn until tomorrow. My feeling is starting at 10 is quite a good thing. I'm open to suggestions of starting earlier if anybody think there would be an advantage to that. I don't see a great clamouring, so I'd rather start at 10 and if necessary sit through till 4 or 4:30. But okay, well, thank you very much for your contributions today, and